Good morning. Welcome to the March 5th, 2024 special board work session. It is now in order. Paul, roll call, please.
Ms. Wright?
Here.
Mr. Trent?
Here.
Ms. Jenkins?
Here.
Ms. Campbell?
Here.
Mr. Susan?
Here.
Wonderful. Thanks. If you can please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, board, we have quite an agenda in store for us today. So we're going to start. Our first topic will be the student accommodation plan briefing. I believe Ms. Dampierre, who is presenting this one? Sue, sorry. Miss Black is presenting it. Okay, Karen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Karen Black's going to be presenting. Sue's dealing with some facilities issues right now. This is our annual student accommodation plan. This is something we do every year. So she's going to bring us up to date.
Ms. Black, the floor is yours. Thank you.
All right. Good morning. So let me get started here. So the student accommodation plan is an annual report approved by the school board, which is used as a guide in making planning decisions for the following school year. It provides an overview of the status of the district using data and maps to illustrate current trends and provides community stakeholders a transparent look into the basis for school district planning and decision making. Helen Keller once said, "Alone we can do so little, together we can do so much." The plan is a result of a collaboration of departments within the district and 15 local municipalities to ensure adequate school facilities are available, not only for balancing enrollment, but also to meet the facility needs for all student programs and services. This is a quick overview of who we are. Brevard County's population is about 640,773 people, and 18% are between the ages of 0 and 17. The district serves 74,117 students in 103 facilities. The following slides give a quick overview of each section of the plan. Section 1 outlines the reports required by the Florida Department of Education and defines various legislation and the district must adhere to in planning school facilities. Also in Section 1, you'll find more information about the 24-25 plan strategies in the student accommodation plan abstract. For example, the new Vieira Middle School will open in August for school year 24-25. An 8-classroom addition at West Melbourne School for Science will be under construction and is scheduled for completion in 25. An 8-classroom building addition at Mila Elementary will be under construction to replace Building 9, and this will be mainly focused on exceptional students, exceptional education students, and that's scheduled for completion in 26. A new transportation facility will be designed on the San Filippo site that the district already owns, and you can learn more about our long-range planning initiative and state appropriations for the Edgewood Robotics Lab, the adult education commercial driver license training facility, as well as the aquaculture lab at Cocoa Beach Senior High School. Section 2 outlines the district's requirement to balance student enrollment and information about the board policy and procedures available to balance enrollment, such as using relocatable classrooms, modifying existing program offerings, attendance boundary changes, freezing schools to incoming education location option students, or constructing new capacity. We're also doing a pilot program for year-round school at Challenger 7. Section 3 of the plan contains a table of Brevard Traditional School student membership, current capacity, and current percent of use for each school. Please note that when you're reading these tables, permanent capacity equals brick and mortar building capacity, and when you see total capacity, that includes the relocatable capacity. The from-to analysis found in Section 4 is used to illustrate whether a student attends his or her zone school or another school by choice. Just a quick overview of how you read this table. The rows on the left are the the zone school of the student, where the student resides, and the columns across the page are where the student attends. So if you look at the highlighted diagonal section where the rows and the columns meet, that is the number of students that attend their zone school for each of the schools. So for example, if we look at Central, Central has a total of 1,061 students, and out of those, where the rows and the row and the column intersect, 1,010 the Central zone, and 32 are attending from Stone zone. If you look all the way over to the far right, you'll see a green column. In the green column, you'll see the number of students that are from the zone that are attending charter schools. So you can see for Central, 351 students leave the zone and attend charter school. Section 5 of the plan lists the projected student enrollment for the next 5 years and the total capacity and use projected for 5 years. So in the center of the table, you'll see current year. That's the current enrollment as of Survey 2 in October, the official fall count. And then you'll see 5 columns for each of the next 5 years, and then the current capacity and use, and then the projected capacity and use. Facility needs reach outside the typical classroom. Another purpose of the plan is to recognize facility needs for all students and programs, as well as the community. Section 6 contains dedicated pages for specific programs that have facility needs. For example, PK, Early Childhood Learning, BLAST, Career and Technical Education, Adult and Community Education, Brevard Virtual School, Alternative Learning Centers, the Gardendale Separate Day School, and athletic facilities. In growing areas throughout the county, it may be necessary to place relocatable classrooms on existing school campuses to accommodate the influx of new students. On the other hand, in some schools where relocatable classrooms are already in place, the school may no longer need them. This section is devoted to the need to move or change the status of relocatable units. So for school year 24-25, a few schools in the south part of the county are projected to be near or over 100% capacity. So as part of the plan, relocatable classrooms will be added at Sunrise and Westside Elementary Schools, and existing surplus units that are already located on the campus of Bayside High School will be converted to classrooms. 6 units located at Meadow Lane Intermediate, 1 at Roy Allen, 1 at Space Coast will be changed from classroom to surplus for possible use at another location. In 23-24, many of the district's relocatable units were found to be in poor condition and not suitable for continued classroom use. These units will be presented to the board for DCR and demolished as part of the plan. So each year, the district reviews existing attendance boundaries. When changes are considered, the following process is followed and documented in the annual student accommodation plan. For this plan, we have 1 minor approved attendance boundary change and a new boundary for the new Vieira Middle School. Section 9 includes historic data and analysis. I've included a few examples. This graph shows student enrollment as compared to the timing of the space programs since 1960, and its rise and fall in student enrollment as programs started and ended. You can see as programs were instituted, population grew as people moved to the county, and as programs ended, population decreased. However, when the space shuttle program ended, a new focus on economic programs stabilized growth. So since 2011, you can see the population has balanced out and hasn't taken a drastic drop. I do want to point out that this decline that you see from 22-23 looks a little more drastic than it is. Traditionally, the district, since 2019 at least, the district enrollment included family empowerment students, and this year the state no longer gives us that total number. So this year, we appear to be much lower, but last year we had 4,200 family empowerment students. And this year, those students aren't counted in our number. The district itself, in traditional schools, lost about 802 students. Charters gained 400 and, I think, 416. So the net difference is that the public schools, the Brevard Public Schools is down about 425 students, if you don't count the family empowerment students. So, since the 2009-2010 school year, the percentage of membership attending charter schools has increased. It's now 13% of the district students are attending charter school. Remember, the total number of students does not include the number using family empowerment scholarship funding, which is why you see a slight increase on the bottom table for the Brevard traditional school percentage membership, when realistically the decrease is 425 students. So this plan includes a series of maps showing the change in the number of students by study area. A study area is equal to a neighborhood, and it takes several neighborhoods, several study areas to equal an attendance boundary. But what's interesting about this is we can see the 5-year change in students. We can see where the population is declining and where the population is growing. So Vieira is a good example, and this is just one of the maps that show this in the plan. But Vieira is a good example because Vieira contains 3 of the top 5 highest gains in the county, but it also includes 2 of the highest losses in the county. So some of the aging neighborhoods of Vieira, it seems the population has grown, and the population has grown up, meaning aged, whereas the students that had moved in or were born there have finished school, and the parents have kept the house, and it's not generating students at the high rate that it does when the house is new. So you can see the newest neighborhoods, for example, Sedona Cove along Pineda, you can see it's 351 new students in the last 5 years, as opposed to an area around Ralph Williams Elementary that lost 53 students. So it suggests that as families move in, they're young families, they move in, but then it seems once the population graduates high school, maybe the parents keep the home and stay, and the neighborhood doesn't generate kids at the same rate. Okay, so there's also 5 maps included in the plan that include local government development data. So the red hatched areas that you see on these maps are developments that we know are either under concept review or future review. We know they're coming. Mainly, we just want you to know that facilities continually monitors development throughout the county, and we use this information in partnership with our local municipalities when we're doing the student projections. What these maps don't show you exactly is the timing. Could be 2 years, could be 5 years, and some of the concepts could be even a little longer than that. So section 10 of the plan contains maps that are meant to be viewed side by side. And they show current capacity for this current school year, 23-24. There's a set of permanent maps and a set of total capacity maps. Remember, the permanent is without the portables, total is permanent plus portables. But what you see, like in this example here, is total capacity of elementary schools. And you can see in the south, schools are 90, reaching 100%. And projected 5 years from now, this is that area of development that we saw on the previous slide, you can see they're projected to be at 100% or more. And then the last thing I wanted to share is how to find a copy of the plan. Each year, once the plan is approved, I put it on the district website under planning reports. So if you go to brevardschools.org, departments and programs, planning and project management, on the left-hand side, you'll see a list, and you'll see planning reports, and then you'll see student accommodation plan is the top report, and the current one each year is found there. And then if you click on the word here, that's at the end of the paragraph there that you see, it'll take you to a file archive with multiple years' worth of the plan, so you can look back historically. Thank you. That's a quick overview.
I have one question, Karen, if that's
Okay.
okay. Back on slide 20, I think you said it, but I just want to make sure I understood it correctly. On the two comparisons, so the
Yes.
2023, 2024 elementary school student enrollment total capacity utilization, those two, you said the left is based on actual structures, built-in structures that are not leaving like a portable, correct? Is that right?
This map is total. This includes portables.
It includes portables, okay.
Yes. Yeah, both of these are total capacity, and total
Okay.
capacity is
On
brick
both.
and mortar plus portables.
Plus portables, okay, all right, thank you. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you so much, Ms. Black, for presenting today. I've got a couple of questions,
Okay?
and I'll just work backwards. The slide about the relocatables and where you're anticipating we'll have to move them, the new locations are Sunrise and West Side. That's the plan to help accommodate for next year. Will those be moved from some of those where we're going to move them from, or are we putting new ones there? Where it says add 2 units, add 3 units?
That's under evaluation.
Okay, because I know
So-
sometimes they're not in good enough shape to move.
Correct. So right now, we're currently evaluating whether it's financially feasible to go new, to go lease, or to go move.
Okay, all right. And then the from to, I think I've shared this with you, the from to analysis charts are some of my favorite charts like that we have, because it's so informative of where people are going. And so I encourage the board, and I know this document, the full document is 137 pages, but take some time over the next couple weeks to really look at that, because it gives you a good sense of what's going on in your community. And then, but I did have a question, one other question, working backwards, about the completion of the site, the new building at West Melbourne School for Science. I know we've had some delays, but it says the site should be completed in January of 2025. Are we still moving forward? I know this may be your Dr. Rendell question, with opening, like at the beginning of this coming school year, with the extra classroom for every grade level, and we're gonna just squeeze them in
I
somewhere?
know that when we finalized projections, we were counting a portion of that.
Okay.
So I'm not, I believe it's still that way. That would have to be.
Are we still planning, are we still good to go with the expansion of the student enrollment? Because I know they've already done their lotteries and everything, so I didn't know if they'd already done that. Sue's standing up.
Yeah,
Yeah.
either or.
She's coming to testify before the Senate panel here.
I believe we've worked with the principal and chief of schools to kind of do a hybrid plan. So I'll need to get that solidified for you all and get
Right.
back to you on it to be sure that we're giving you the right information.
Right.
Because that has
And
changed over time.
Okay, because I had a conversation with her like a few months ago, like, what are we gonna do if it's not open? And there was some, but I mean, if it's not till January, that's a lot of accommodating to do.
I think we
So-
have certain facility, like there are pieces of this that will be done earlier and then pieces that will be done later. And some of
So
the
it can
new
move in.
facilities are going to be used for current students. So it's a little bit of a work in progress, but I know there's a plan. I just can't articulate exactly what it is.
Here comes Mr. Raymer.
Sounds like Mr. Raymer's gonna
I
try
know,
to
I
articulate
started
the
up,
plan.
I'm sorry.
No, I know that we have the plan. When I did the school visit, she seemed very confident.
Yeah,
Yes, we will be opening up 3 classrooms at West Melbourne. The projection has been adjusted to 606 from 552. Principal is on board. She is going through the process of admitting students. So their enrollment next year should be 606 with 3 new classrooms being open due to the expansion.
okay, and then the following year, we'll have the extra classroom at every grade level? Because I thought that was the original plan, was to have 5, because right now they have 4 classes of every grade level. So we're only opening that up for a few next year and then
Yeah,
expanding
so
it?
we could accommodate the 3 based on where we're going to be with the expansion being completed and what is open in the school right now with regards to classrooms. And then once the
Gotcha.
expansion is completely done, then we will continue to adjust enrollment on the campus.
All right, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
That's all I have.
Thank you. Jennifer, do you have any questions or comments?
No, I appreciate you you did it in the simplest and fastest way to explain how the enrollment numbers look like a significant decrease of students. And we've said it time and time again that it's not what you're seeing. That's not an accurate portrayal. So, there was only a reduction of 400 students. And when you take into consideration the fact that our charters that have already been established in this county are adding grade levels, adding new buildings, adding different facilities, that's something that we probably expect to see. So thank you for that. I know it's confusing for people to consume all that information.
Thank you. Mr. Trent?
No, I'm good. Thanks.
All right. Mr. Susan, are you still with us?
Yeah, I'm still with you guys, and I just wanted to take a second and say thank you to Suhan and Ms. Black and others that have been along with some of these projections. When we were dealing with a lot of the overgrowth, and I know that Ms. Campbell will agree, their projections are pretty tight. One of the things that many people that are here may not understand is that we meet with, on a consistent basis, a lot of the city officials and everything about growth and where the new developments are supposed to go in and when they're breaking ground. And that all goes into a lot of work from her team. And I wanted to say thank you so much for all of your due diligence and making it to where we can estimate the numbers to the right, because one of the worst things that happens is when we over or underestimate some of the student projections, then our teachers get thrown into a whirlwind of not knowing if they should or shouldn't be there, if the principals have par and everything else. So everything that you guys do is great, and I just wanted to say thank you, that's all.
Thank you, Mr. Susan. Thank you. We appreciate the presentation. It's very informative, and we are using our facilities, it looks like, at max capacity on some of these. So appreciate you, Ms. Black. All right. Let me make sure I get the right script because I have two of them running here. All right, so our next topic that we are going to go over today is the Code of Conduct and the proposal for changes, which I believe Ms. Dampierre will be presenting to us. Oh, looks like we have a team. All right.
Yeah.
Ms.
Ms.
Dampierre and
Dampierre and a
team.
team.
Yes,
Yeah,
and team.
team.
Yeah, it'd be, in my, I'll have to look.
There's not a clicker, no.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you, Madam Chair, school board members, and Superintendent Rendell. Today, I bring forward the recommendation of changes to the 24-25 Code of Student Conduct by the district's discipline work group, along with some other stakeholders. I have Mr. Reed, the Director of Student Services, that will be co-presenting with me today, as well as some other team members that will be assisting us. The district discipline work group consisted of representatives from each board member, as well as from the following groups. We had representatives from BFT, Brevard Association of School Administrators, Brevard Federation of Teachers, the local union 1010, school resource officers, student advisory council, and community members. Student voice was an integral part of this process. Therefore, the team attended the Superintendent Student Advisory Council meeting in November to gather input from students regarding updates to the Code of Student Conduct. So we wanted to make sure all stakeholders were a part of this process. The Discipline District Work Group met 4 times throughout the past 5 months, and they really worked hard. There was a lot of input, collaboration, as well as revising the student code of conduct, and we had several board members attend those sessions, so they actually had an opportunity to see work in action. And they really felt strongly about some of the changes that are in the code of conduct that we will present in a few minutes, as well as just some changes that may be made for technical reasons as well. The protocol process for each session was that the district revised, the district work group provided feedback, as well as the PBS core team, which consisted of student services staff, where we looked at the recommendations, and then we provided some impact as to what those recommendations would look like, and then we made revisions, and then we took it back to the work group. And then the work group looked at it again, and it was a continuous cycle of feedback, which leads us to where we are today. There are several topics that were unrelated to the Code of Student Conduct, and we wanted to remove those items and really focus on student behavior and corrective strategies. These topics are outlined for your preview, and we are recommending that those items and topics be included in the parent guide, which is up under the Government Community Relations Division. I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Reed, who will really outline all of the recommendations, the impact to those recommendations, and we'll get feedback from the board members as well. And we'll be making those changes in real time, whether or not we're going to accept those changes or if we're not. As well as there are some items you will see that were recommendations that the team really felt that they were no's, and we're gonna bring those items to you as well for feedback. And then following that, your recommendations, our next steps will be to provide professional development, develop PD, as well as really provide any documents that need to be updated for all of our stakeholders. So I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Reed.
All right, good morning. I want to give you just a quick orientation of the documents that you were given. The one with the spreadsheet with a really small font and lots of words. Sorry, it was the biggest we could make that. The first is I'm going to reference an item number just to help us stay organized as we discuss. So as you can see highlighted on the slide, item number is in the first column there, and that will be kind of the language that we universally will use to keep us on track. As Ms. Dampier shared, the session number, we indicated when that topic was brought forward with the district discipline work group, although many of these topics overlapped over the course of the different sessions that we held. The code of conduct topic here, in this example here, it says SB and assault, and so that's student behavior, item number 5 in our code of conduct, and it's assault. And we provided you with a key here to some of our wording here. So SB stands for student behavior, CS stands for corrective strategy. And then we have our the different levels that you all are familiar with from levels 1 through 5. WCD is going to stand for wireless communication device. And then WD chart is going to stand for a willful disobedience chart that we created more for administrators to ensure that they saw all the options on the table so they could consistently implement the appropriate corrective strategy. We find that there's times that there's some errors in that domain, so we felt that this tool would help provide that clarity. The next column is going to be the recommendation that we've come up with. Again, as Ms. Dampier shared, we met with the work group. We solicited their feedback. They were given feedback on their feedback, and then a group came back after each session and kind of tried to synthesize what we heard that evening and to come up with a sound recommendation. And then finally, we have the actual proposed change. In this, there's 2 things that you need to be aware of. When it's underlined, italicized, and bolded, that's new language. Okay, that is new items that we'll be adding to that based on feedback that we received or based on information seeking from our principals and assistant principals or errors that we come across. We may have made some of those decisions on our own to provide that clarity. Strike-throughs will be language that we're omitting. Again, same thing, to provide more clarity or because it had too many words that led to confusion for some of our administrative teams. Okay, and sometimes there'll be an artifact that we reference. As I've already shared, one of those is what we would refer to as that willful disobedience chart. And those will just be numbered artifacts. And those were included in the handouts as well. Okay, we're gonna attempt to make some real edits if possible here. So I'm gonna just start us off with the first one, and I'll spend a little more time on this one because there is some background that I feel is important for you to be aware of. But if there is changes we want to make in this last far right column H, we're going to try and capture those changes today live with you. So this first one, I think, will take us a minute, and I think the others will go much faster, okay? But
Yeah.
there's a lot to this one, so sad to start with this one, but it's good to do a hard one first, right?
That's right.
So the first one, the code, item number one, the topic is assault. And assault, in our code of conduct, it was misleading to our administrators of what it really meant. So assault has a definition that is stricken out, and we're recommending that that be removed from the code of conduct. The reason why is that incident was, you can see right after the word assault, it says TR2. That was being reported to the Department of Education as a threat. And so we already have a code called threat, and when we have 3 or 4 other codes that are also subcategories of threat, it leads to some confusion. And it really leads to confusion as far as us completing the threat assessment process. So assault its needs can be met in a variety of other ways, through threat or through physical aggression or through simple battery. So again, we're proposing that assault be stricken from that, and we lean on that threat intimidation number 76, primarily for those types of incidents. If you read the definition to assault, it isn't that typical definition that you think where you physically hit someone, okay? So again, it truly is aligned with that definition of threat. We also had another local code called threat to property 091, and again, it was a very minimally used item, and we felt that we could lean on the destruction to property instead of threat to property, and again, providing clarity. When we have 2 incident codes that are very close to one another, it leads to confusion and inconsistencies. So again, anywhere that we have 2 closely related codes, we worked hard to try and limit the choices so that we could have consistent and accurate reporting in our code of conduct. The last one there is the threat to school staff and students, and the group had asked for us to further define that, and so we did that by saying some examples could be threats that are coded low or medium when we go through our threat assessment process. So I'll pause there and ask if there are any questions on that very large starting. Again, we're proposing the removal of 2 items, assault and threat to property, and adding language to threat to school staff and students.
Ms. Jenkins?
No, I appreciate that, and I agree with it. I think sometimes people don't necessarily understand the extent of verbal, so I feel like this just clarifies that and cleans it up. And also, I don't like things being reported to the state as threats that maybe necessarily shouldn't be in there in the first place. So thank you for cleaning that up.
Ms. Campbell?
No, I'm fine with it. I actually had to, because I never would consider the idea of assault as, because just the plain definition is it's actual attack. So actually to look up the legal definition for the state of Florida, but there was something that we had that they have that we didn't have, which was, it says in that last clause, and doing some act which creates a well-founded fears, and ours says, or doing some act which creates, so I think this is clear, because if there actually is a physical attack, we have this whole, you're gonna get to it later, this whole chart of how to delineate what is this, and then if it's not an actual physical attack, then the threats need to be used. So I very much appreciate simplifying and having fewer codes. We have so many codes, so yay for fewer codes, so it's clearer.
Thank you, Ms. Campbell, or, Mr. Trent, I'm looking at you saying Ms. Campbell.
I know it.
Okay, you're
All
good?
good, yeah.
Okay, Mr. Susan?
Nope, all good, thank you.
Okay, I'm good as well and in agreement with cleaning this up.
Outstanding.
All right, on to the next one.
All right.
I know, I had
I'm
to-
going to move on to number 2. I was just trying to test our live edits there. Oh, and I'm going all over the
did.
place, sorry.
I had to, we're laughing because we had to zoom in on this spreadsheet when we're looking at it on our laptop because it is.
Yeah, try spending the last 4 months working on it, yes, sorry.
Yeah. I'm like, I'm not sure what font this is, but 4 maybe or something, I'm not sure.
I swear to you,
very
it's
small.
16. Okay. Item number 2 is bus major and minor. And there was some discussion with the group that they wanted us to add jumping out of the back of a moving bus here. And so we left the major violation as is, but we added to the minor violation. We added some clarification such as refusal to sit in seat, assigned seat, or moving while bus is in motion to provide that further clarity. We struggled with the major because it is a level 4 offense, and to give great specific examples, a kid jumping out of the back of a parked bus for a level 4, we just struggled with that being a level 4 expellable offense. So we chose not to add back jumping out of the back of the bus under major, that it would have to be a site-based decision based on the investigation, but we did add clarity of some minor level infractions to the minor.
All right, everyone, you want to do thumbs up, or if anybody wants to jump in there with conversations that they have concerning this, are you okay with this? Thumbs up, thumbs up. Mr. Susan, are you okay?
He's
Yep,
sticking,
yes, ma'am.
All
He's
right.
putting
sticking
his
his
thumb
thumb
up.
up.
We just
Very
can't see
good,
it,
okay.
so.
See, they're
All right.
getting easier now, right?
Yes.
Item number 3 was a new incident code. Sorry for the addition, but the team felt that this would be valid, and it's a testing violation. And I have there the language that we had created. Testing security violation, any behavior that disrupts the process of test taking during state mandated tests. This would be a level 2 offense.
I have a question on this one. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just had a question of how do we code that before?
We didn't.
We didn't necessarily have a code to my knowledge, so
Okay.
you would lean on possibly cheating, you would possibly send a class disruption. It would fit the bill somewhere else.
Right.
That wasn't explicitly saying that's what this was.
Okay, no, I appreciate this for clarity.
My question was more concerning around state mandated versus Brevard mandated, since we now have seen the data on those. I know we're cleaning that up, but is there any consensus or any thoughts from the board on if this should be just for state mandated tests, or what about the other assessments that we are doing in the classroom?
So I'm making an assumption here, and Mr. Reed can clarify if I'm wrong, but so when it's a state mandated test, depending on the disruption, there are many protocols in place for pausing that test, having a proctor in the room, a monitor. It's a much more major disruption than if it was a county mandated, but I might be wrong there. I don't know if we
And
have the same rules in place for that.
I think the invalidation part is the important piece of that,
Right.
because if somebody yells out or breaks protocol during a district test, we don't necessarily have to invalidate other people's, but that could happen with state testing, right? So to me, it's specific to state because of the invalidation part.
And all those come with investigations that we do for those invalidations. Again, the team wanted that source, that cause of that investigation to potentially have disciplinary action is what the consensus of the room was.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, Mr. Trent?
Just saying, it's, as a former testing coordinator, yeah, it's a much bigger deal on the state test, so if you went more than 2, we'd be fine with it, but yeah, you're good, all right.
All right, Mr. Susan?
Nope, I'm good.
All right, wonderful. So,
Okay. Item number 4 has to do with student behavior 58, plagiarism. The committee had asked us to include artificial intelligence used to create original work. We added the language you can see there. We just really struggle with how are we going to know that happened, right? So that was the discussion. We did it because that's what the committee wanted, but we're just not sure how to enforce that unless someone's bragging and posts it, right?
Right. But in cases where it would be evident and, it would be like any other kind of investigation, I think it's good to have it in there because, Russell's team is working quickly on how to deal with it at the district level. We're all going to, but to have the tool in the toolbox for things move along, because the detection software is also growing, not as fast as the ability of AI to be used, but, we already have it in place. I think that's a good idea.
Yeah, and I think it's important to add it because unfortunately some people might try and argue that that's not someone else's work, that wasn't already created, it's new, so it's mine. So just the clarification piece, just for, support for our administrators and our teachers.
I'm in favor of keeping it as well. Mr. Trent's in favor. Mr. Susan?
Yep, I'm in favor.
All right.
All right, very good. Going to move on to number 5 here. We spent a great deal of time on this one. It went round and round for many different reasons that kept changing, but has to do with student behavior 60 and 61. It's possession of dangerous object, minor and major. Mr. Armstrong and I spend a great deal of time talking with administrators on a regular basis. We provided training at the beginning of the year because we knew that this is problematic of defining where's the line of what's what. And we've come up with what we feel is a pretty good recommendation. What we're asking to do here is to change the minor, potentially dangerous object minor, and just have it stand alone as a potentially dangerous object. We're adding new language to that says intent may result in it becoming a weapon or a threat or a simple or aggravated battery. Okay, we felt that our potentially dangerous major, which is being omitted, really was very much so too close to the line of actually being assessor incident of weapon.
Right.
And so we felt there were instances where we were possibly underreporting when we weren't engaged with the school because we had no awareness that it was happening. So we feel that adding a little bit to the minor provides clarity that it could be taken to something bigger. We'll train early and often, but the potentially dangerous major we felt strongly should go because it very closely mirrored the weapons definition that was included.
All right, board, Ms. Jenkins?
Good.
You're good? Ms. Campbell?
What is losing my terminology here, the consequence table for, your menu options?
Yes,
What do
so
you have?
potentially,
For-
just Mr. Armstrong, you may need to help me out here,
Right.
but potentially dangerous
Corrective
object.
strategies, sorry,
Corrective strategy. Yeah, you're wanting to know the levels for each of these?
Yeah, I
Sure.
mean, those are not gonna change, but we're eliminating something, so what's
Cor-
left?
Correct. So potentially dangerous object will be a level 3 incident.
Correct.
And then weapon is a 4 or 5.
It's in level 5.
Okay, level 5. Threat is a level 4. Simple battery is a level 4. And aggravated battery is a level 5. So we have a continuum from 3 through 5.
So was minor always a 3?
Yes.
It was a 3. So we're leaving that at a level 3?
Correct.
Okay, right. Okay, no, I'm good with this change. I think that makes it clear and some of these so many of these changes that are in here are just making like the assessor so much more obvious and clearly delineated and usable. So I think that's good. I'm good.
Okay, I'm good as well. I'm glad that the bold line is added there as far as the intent of use or use may result. I think that's important because a lot of times it's something that you don't think could be a weapon can be turned into a weapon. So that covers that. So I'm in favor. Mr. Trent?
All good.
All right, Mr. Susan?
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
Okay, item number 6 is public display of affection, and we were asked to define not suitable. Our best take at that was adding the following example: affectionate acts that impact the traditional school day, such as acts that include but are not limited to being late to class or impeding others from getting to class on time, drawing unnecessary attention. In the other column, we added examples of what sexual harassment could be if it went beyond that. But through conversations with principals, this was giving more information, but not being so simple to force. It gave them some options within that corrective action.
So making out in the hallway is still.
Can't put that in there.
Simply said, there you go. Yes.
Yeah, I know.
But that would impede others from getting to class on time, so yes. And
And that's
potentially make you
engaging in an
late.
intimate display of affection. So that's, I think
Right,
it
right.
clearly defines that. I'm in favor.
If less is more.
Mr. Susan?
Yes, ma'am.
All
I am in
right,
favor.
thank you.
Okay, on line 7, we wanted student conflict, we were asked to remove starting rumors. That was a simple omission in the definition there. That really kind of an innocent victim there could have been impacted, so we removed starting rumors, just being rumors.
thumb up, you good? All right. Mr. Susan, you good?
Yes, ma'am, I am.
All right.
Okay, line 8 is an important one that we, again, have lots of dealings with on a regular basis. When I say we, Mr. Armstrong and I. Physical aggression, we wanted to add for both the pre-K through 2 and the 3 through 6. We wanted to add resulting in no injury. And when I say no injury, we'll have to have a training piece to that. Anyone that's worked in an elementary school knows the ice pack is magical for all things, right? So that doesn't constitute necessarily an injury, but requiring first aid, requiring to be picked up by your parent, those would be examples of injury. So we tried to clarify by saying no injury for those two pieces. If we had a threat to a school staff, we added some examples that we could use this threat to school staff of low or medium threats that were done through the threat assessment process. There was some instances where we felt there was we were sometimes not reporting all instances of simple battery due to the definition being so wordy. That definition is good, but it sometimes takes our staff too deep into its analyzing of it. So we wanted to go with the exact definition from the Office of Safe Schools, and so we omitted all the wording that are related to that. So the Office of Safe Schools gives a definition, and then there's related definitions. So for example, simple battery is blank. Minor and major injury is a related definition. And we had kind of mashed it all into one definition. We're now bringing them back apart. And again, it brings simplicity to it, so it's very clear that it's this. And then we also have designed that table to help us. We've refined our table of physical aggression, simple battery, fighting that we'll review in a few minutes. So we're looking to add a little language there and to remove some language that provided confusion.
I'm fine with this one, board. Good. And Mr. Susan?
I'm good.
All right.
Very good. 9 is pretty simple. Skateboard privileges, they wanted to add walker privileges as well. This one's used sometimes if students are having conflict, we stagger their dismissal, so they wanted to add walkers.
Good.
Mr. Susan, are you okay with this one?
Yes, ma'am, I am.
All right. Next one.
All right, line 10, we tweaked the definition of classroom reassignment. They wanted to have definitions for elementary and definitions for secondary. We find that can be difficult, so we tried to add to one of the definitions. So we added to classroom reassignment longer than one class period due to an investigation or an incident going beyond 60 minutes. The other alternative classroom placement is just one period, and so that is defined by what that means at their school, elementary, middle, or high.
Board? We're good? I want to make a comment on this one, and this is just more so for retraining, I think, at school sites. So one of the common things I get calls on is my child is being bullied, and I think most of us probably get those similar phone calls. But the bully packet gets filled out, and this doesn't, it kind of goes with this, but kind of doesn't. But talking about the assigning of different classrooms, so once the bully packet is investigated, making sure that the child that is committing the offense is the one that is moved into a different class, not the one that is the victim of the offense. That seems to come up quite frequently, that my child loves their class. They don't want to be moved, but they're being bullied by XYZ student, and now they're going to have to be moved because we reported it. So that's just something I think we need to go ahead and make sure that all the staff is aware of so that it doesn't continue to happen. Ms. Dampier, you?
Yes, we are doing an overhaul of our bullying processes to make it streamlined as well as more specific, and we plan to do a lot more training on that for students, parents, teachers, and school-based administrators. So we have a plan in place for that.
Thank you. I appreciate that tremendously.
On this one, because the classroom reassignment part, that's on the menu, on the corrective strategy menu for, I think it's probably most used in elementary as like an alternative to an ISS or even an OSS of, okay, you're going to come to school tomorrow, but you're going to be in Miss Smith's classroom all day. It could be used for a total day, right? Not just an investigation.
So again, the alternative class placement is for one class period. So
Right, that
again,
one.
in an elementary school, that could be for reading, the reading block, which is 90 to 120 minutes, right?
Right.
So again, that's the piece it's different across placement, right? So middle school would be one period, one bell, right? So this is designed to be a shorter amount of time.
Right.
We
I mean, the second one, the classroom reassignment, could it be used as,
It could be used for a longer amount of time,
as an
yes.
all-day thing, as an
Yes.
alternative to?
Yeah, we would prefer if someone's going to do an all-day thing that they would use in-school suspension.
Okay.
Again, not all places have a specific area for that. So sometimes, again, back to confusion, it's not in-school suspension because I don't have that. It's
Right.
classroom reassignment instead. And so that's a training piece we need to discuss with our
Okay,
staff.
well, and then the levels are different, right? Because a classroom reassignment would be, is a level 1, whereas ISS, I think the earliest it is,
Mr. Armstrong.
it's a level 2, but it's not, so that would really be different, right? If you were
I
gonna do,
believe they're tiered, but let me verify with Mr. Armstrong. He's got them right in front of him there.
I'm not seeing classroom reassignment at level 2, so,
Currently, classroom reassignment is just in level 1 of elementary, so he would be proposing that we move it into level 2?
oh, no, I'm not proposing anything. I'm just clarifying. I just want to make sure, I've seen that used, and so maybe sometimes when I'm seeing it used, it's actually an in-school suspension at a school that doesn't have an ISS spot. So
Mr.
they're-
Armstrong, the question is, what level is alternative placement and what level is classroom reassignment?
Alternative classroom placement is on,
Classroom reassignment.
It's actually not listed in there.
so initially, when this was created back in, I believe it was 2020 or 2021, the recommendation of the group had made it just for our secondary schools. So currently, it does not exist in the realm of elementary.
And they're
And that
both
was a
set
res-
for level 1?
Yes, so it was a response to our CCIS when we had our in-school suspension to make sure that we're actually identifying, but differentiating between ISS and classroom reassignment. So it was created for our secondary, so we would need to add that to our elementary.
Yes, so sorry. So if we want to give elementaries the opportunity to do that alternative, except that alternative classroom placement is a level 2 in secondary. And there's no classroom reassignment. Actually, no, it's in level 1 and level 2. Okay, so in level 1, it says 1 period, level 1. And on level 2, it says also 1 period. So it's fine for them to have that option for both, but it just needs to be clarified, I guess, down in the charts, what was changed here. So let me make sure I'm understanding what you're asking, what you're adding. You're adding to the definitions here, the clarifying language, longer than 1 class period. So we just need to make sure when it gets into these charts that it's in the right places. Because it's not in both places that I'm seeing.
It would be a level 1 for the first one, alternative placement, and it will be a level 2 for the second one, classroom reassignment. In-school suspension for secondary is also a level 2.
Okay. I think I'm with you.
All right, are you okay with how it's in here right now, or any suggestions as far as changes?
Yeah, I'm fine. I guess what I'm getting to is there's not, alternative classroom placement isn't in the elementary.
So we can make sure that that gets added. I don't know if that was a mistake or where that was, but we can absolutely add that. As much consistency between the two, I'm a fan of. I mean, it allows us to not have to remember 2 sets of playbooks. Granted, the people in the seats at the schools, they only need to know 1, but for Mr. Armstrong and I, we get confused sometimes with the different slight differences.
Well, I think it provides clarity for the student too, because the elementary
Correct.
student will be a middle school student and a high school student, and so if we keep the same across
Yeah.
the board, it'll help the transition a little
And if
more.
it never gets used,
Yeah, so I hear we would add alternative classroom placement to level 1 for both elementary and secondary, and we will accept the revisions for classroom reassignment at level 2 for both elementary and secondary.
Yes. Ms. Campbell, is that, you're good with that? I'm not good with
Well,
that.
you're putting classroom reassignment at level 2, and I'm seeing it at level 1 in elementary.
And again, they're very,
consistency.
one's for longer, so we again can leave them both as ones, and one's longer than the other, or we can stretch them over level 1 and level 2 and make that adjustment. I'm a fan of progression, right? Like,
Right.
you can really see, this is a level 1 of fraction, and it's for this amount of time. This is, you've done it twice now, this is a level 2 infraction, and it's longer, and you're not going to do it with your co-teacher that's through the other door. It's going to be a placement somewhere else,
Right.
that's different,
Right, I guess, yeah, as long as the final product is consistent, I'm good, and fair, yeah. With the leveling up, I'm good with that. Sorry to take so long on
Okay.
this item.
It's okay. Ms. Jenkins?
No, I just was gonna say that I'm for Mr. Reed's suggestion. I don't like that they're gonna overlap. Then why do we have two different ones? It doesn't make any sense. So
Right.
let's separate them.
All right. You have good, clear guidance?
We
Okay.
have cleared, we've got it right up there, it's on the
Okay.
board already, we got notes, yes. All right, row 11 was the increase of supervision. They had asked us to just define what that meant. So we said that we would increase supervision to decrease problematic incidents around the school, limited but, or to include but not limited to hallways, bathrooms, and other areas. And so the only caveat to this is when we say that, we also need to have the supervision to do that.
right.
And then there comes a time where we decide that I no longer need that. So just it will come and go as it's needed when that is used.
I'm good. You good? Ms. Jenkins, you good? Mr. Susan, you're good?
Number 12, we had asked us to define what co-curricular was. That was not the easiest of jobs to really do, to be honest with you, because, I mean, really a debate of what's extra and what's co was hard. So we added, and we reached a consensus of activities that could result in your grade being impacted as co-curricular. You know, marching band, something that's after school, along those lines, the debate.
Right. So I think that's great. That's a great definition for,
Okay,
yeah,
good.
I love it, honestly.
We actually, funny enough, when I sat on I sat on the Florida School Music Association Board of Directors, and we had that very conversation that co-curricular is not defined. So, but this is about as good as you can get it. I mean, if you miss a choir concert, that's a test grade
It
in
is.
most classes. So, or going to MPA, you know, it's required. And you say at the beginning of the year, you understand this is part of your grade. So, so we're excluding those that loss of that would not be part of the loss of privilege.
Correct.
Okay.
Good time to plug MPA is this week, and you can go
That's
attend
right.
it.
Orchestra today and yesterday and today. I'm going tonight.
All right, I'm going to move on to number 13, which is deleting from the code of conduct, reporting to law enforcement. We already, within the referral, of 22 of the 26 assessor codes, they're required to report to law enforcement and code that in the referral. We found that this was causing confusion, that they were doing it there and then not doing it there, or not doing it where they should, and recording it as a student incident. And so again, this was competing with accuracy most of the time of completing the referral, and so removing it is actually going to make us more compliant.
You got a thumbs up for me. Everybody else? You good? Good? All right.
All right, 14 is new, violation of a stay away contract, and that's new language that we wrote there. Any violation of the stipulations outlined in a stay away contract, and it would be considered a level 2 incident in both elementary and secondary. Again,
I'm gonna-
repeated acts could multiply that.
And again, I think just clearly defining who is the victim and who is the aggressor, because I think a lot of times families are hesitant to sign a stay-away contract because it appears to be, hey, if my child was being attacked and now I sign this stay-away contract and this kid comes up to my child, the contract reads in a way that sounds like you could possibly use it against my child, and they're not the ones committing the offense. So just clearly explaining that to staff. I've had families call me multiple of saying, I don't want to sign that. And I'm like, well, your child's being attacked, and so this is something, a tool that we're supposed to be using and trying to explain it to them, but it's not being accurately explained to the families when it's being used.
We
So-
can absolutely add that to training.
Yes.
Just throwing this out there. So the reason why sometimes language is in there is also there is personal responsibility sometimes. I'm not, blaming a victim here. But when there is a stay away contract in place, you also can't intentionally put yourself in spaces to make that person leave, right? That's the same thing for like injunctions. You can't have an injunction against someone and then intentionally show up somewhere so that they now have to be removed from that setting. So it might be a little tricky. They might be able to refine it a little bit, but it can't get completely removed because of that,
I
unfortunately.
think it would be wise to at least explain that part of it, or put it somewhere in that contract so that families understand that.
We'll take a look at that contract for sure. Speaking of that contract, line 15, it was recommended that we add to a stay-away contract with parent notification and consent for the initiation of one. So we added parent contact is required. So not necessarily a signature is what we were interpreting that as, but contact is required. So we heard that, and the committee wanted that, and that was the best we could do to kind of hit middle ground, to be able to put an important tool in place as quickly as possible when we feel it's necessary.
Right, because then the parents can't hold it up the process if they are, especially if they're the parent of the aggressor, I would imagine, would be more likely.
Correct.
Yeah, no, I'm in favor.
Okay, next is number 16, and this will be the first one that we need to refer to some of our handouts. It's going to be the creation of a hate-related incident code. So again, the handout there is a two-page doc that you should have received. Just a little history of how this happened. We drafted at our first district discipline work group session what we felt would be a good hate-related incident code or definition, and we provided them with other districts' examples, and then after that, the next session, we provided them with policy 2260, and they further refined that, and that's kind of that middle draft there. And then at the bottom was feedback and questions that some of the committee members still wanted to have added, but potentially could have some conflict with the policy. What we are recommending there on the second page of that document is we would like to use that draft language in the code of conduct, make that be an addition from the second work group, or the second session of the work group. And we also have the ability in focus that we could activate to ask if a disciplinary incident was hate-related or not. And right now it's yes, no, and blank allows you to move forward. So we could again add this to this definition to our code of conduct, and we could turn on that it must be a yes or a no instead of allowing a blank as well. And so that would allow us to filter through this definition for any of our incidents, or we could choose, level 3 and higher incidents. We could turn that on for versus all instead of all. But we have options within that to meet that request.
On the, sorry, my brain, there it went. I need to have more caffeine. Come back to me. I need that thought back. It was important thought.
Yeah, I'm for the prompted question popping up. I think it's necessary. I think that this is an uncomfortable question for people sometimes, or may not be the first thing that you think about, especially when you're dealing with all sorts of things every single day. But there were numerous incidents last year in which this would have really helped. It also would have notified the district that we have a problem in certain areas, certain schools that really need support from the district in those areas. So I think it's necessary for that prompt to be up there. I don't think there should be a blank. if you say yes and you're wrong, that's okay. I mean, it's going to be inquired and it's going to be investigated. It's not going to be an automatic application. But having no answer doesn't really make any sense because that tells me you don't know either way. And if you're confused and you don't know either way, then you need to ask someone, right? So I don't like the blank.
That was my question, was can the code be changed? So if you go in to code it the first time and, you know, let's say it was a fight and the question pops up and you say no, but then as the investigation goes, you realize that there was some, you know, racially based name calling or whatever going on, or whatever goes along with the definition, that it's, about that. Can the administrator go back in upon that discovery and recode it? Or maybe originally the kid came, I say this because this has happened, walk into the dean's office, I've been hate crimed, and maybe they initially, and then they go in and find, no, it wasn't. Can that code be changed?
Absolutely. We make revisions as we learn new information every day.
Okay, all right. No, I think it makes sense to have a yes or no. I don't know that it makes sense to put it on level, I was just skimming through the level 1 and level 2s. I don't know that, a dress code violation and a hate crime go hand in hand. But it would probably be, for whatever, to start at whichever level is appropriate.
Mr. Trent?
I think we chatted already, right? That's level 3.
I would say level 3 and above.
Yeah, it needs to be a level 3. And this information is for data only, correct? It's not for escalation.
This will give us specific data. For example, we used the example if someone spray painted the campus, but then we found out there was racist words or et cetera, then yes or no would be selected for a hate crime. So it would give us specific data. Instead of like Mrs. Jenkins said, when people say, oh, I'm being bullied. Okay, when we find out, we do more investigation and find out it's really not bullying, it's something else. So we wanted to make sure that.
Which would be a reason to have
Yeah.
a blank there as
Yes,
well,
yes.
while you're investigating. So you don't have to go back and change it, or if you
But they
decide
wouldn't
otherwise.
have to necessarily.
But now we wouldn't have to unless it's level 3,
Yes.
right?
Yeah, I'm in favor of level 3 and having it a forced yes or no answer.
And when you say the data, is this something we have to report to the state, right?
So,
No.
so this data, so when you have a assessor incident, it always asks you these related questions. Was there a weapon involved? Drugs, alcohol? Was it hate related? It always asks that. Again, blanks do suffice. We would be removing that option for that for 3 and aboves.
Okay, so for the instances when we do have to report that, this will automatically create that
Correct.
reporting mechanism for the assessors. Okay, yeah, good, thanks.
And we know that extensive training, this will be a part of our back-to-school training for all stakeholders.
Good deal. Mr. Susan, do you have anything to add to this?
No, I agree with the comments of the rest of the board members. Thank you.
All right. You clear?
Just to clarify, so we're going to go forward with the definition that was on the doc, that's displayed right now, in the code of conduct, and then it's going to be yes, no for 3 and above, correct?
Yes.
Perfect, thank you. All right, line 17, we were asked to add larceny less than $100. So we did that for less than $100. So we now have less than 100, 750, and then we have greater than $1,000 to give it to have a continuum there. And that will span between a level 1, 2, and I'm not sure in a level 4 incident.
I'm good with this. Board, anything?
Yeah, I'm good.
You're good? All right.
Okay, we were asked to revise the leaving school campus without permission from a level 2 to level 3. The increasing of that, the biggest the impact would be that the potential for OSS at days 1 through 5 would now be on the board versus 1 through 3.
Do you have the options of the punishments right there? I'm sorry, you told it up in your option. I just want to look at something really fast on this one.
You know how to get to the student code.
It's not attached in here.
It's not attached.
Okay, got it. Sorry.
Here.
Am like, you got it up real fast. I just want to look what's in there. Like,
Yeah, and if you want to search, I've got this one. We had this conversation last year, and I think it's in one of the artifacts. Which artifact is it that has the,
Yes, it is one of the artifacts. I think
oh,
it's
number
5.
5, right? Okay, so we still have, and you're moving left to right, so out of assigned area is, I'm just trying to see where we are then with the options as far as levels. So out of assigned area is what level then? Is that a
I'm
1?
going to have Justin give me, I believe we have 1, 2, and 3, but I'm going to let him tell us for sure.
That's for elementary.
Yes, it's a level 2 for elementary or out of assigned area, and then your out of assigned area major is a level, should be a level 3.
the level 2 on 7 through 12.
The out of assigned area major, the one on the far right, the 120 code, that's for elementaries only.
Right.
When
So,
we had done this last year.
right, and I'm just trying to remember our conversation we had around this. So currently, just in elementary, because this is just for elementary consideration, out of assigned area is a level 2. Would move leaving campus without permission to level 3. And then out of assigned area major is also level 3. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. I'm fine, that's fine. The work group are people who are having to deal with this on a regular basis, so, I'm
Yep,
good.
I'm fine with it.
Okay?
Yeah, hang on a second. I just want to say that,
Sure.
I mean, I'm sorry I jumped in, you guys. This was a huge component of what we went through last year. There was a directive that was given down apparently to the principals that said that they could not hit certain kids that were out of area during certain times, and it was frustrating them. So I just wanted to say thank you, Mr. Reed, for putting this together, and thank you for moving forward.
All right, I'm going to move on to number 19, pantsing. The committee wanted us to move that to a level 3. If there was something more serious that needed to, a serious consequence, we could also consider a sexual offense which would be a level 4. But they had requested us to move pantsing from a level 2 to a level 3.
This is still only elementary?
Elementary, yeah. I'm in favor of that. I don't think any student should ever remove another article of clothing from another student, so I think that is fine.
I didn't see this on the secondary, but on secondary, it's also level 2, so,
So we would make this change, again, for consistency. It would be a level 3 at both elementary and at secondary.
right. Okay.
Mr. Erdman, do you have those? Okay.
Yeah, I just would want to make sure we do the same thing for the secondary.
Yes, I'm a huge fan of that consistency. Okay, I'm going to move on to number 20, which was pornographic materials. Again, the request was to move that from a level 2 infraction to a level 3. That would, again, stand for both elementary and secondary.
Yep, I'm in favor of that.
Yep.
Mr. Susan?
I'm good, yes.
Okay.
Okay, we're getting there, guys. Number 21 there, we are requesting, it was first requested that we make cyberbullying a level 4 incident by the committee. Currently, bullying is a level 3 incident. Same as with that assault scenario I gave you. When we log an incident as cyberbullying, it means bullying. Okay, so when it gets sent off to the state, it means bullying. So in working with the director that oversees bullying and cyberbullying, she had requested that we actually remove cyberbullying and just call it bullying, because that's what it is, right? Whether we investigate and it's cyber, it's still bullying, and we still have the same investigation procedure and the same process. We weren't able to honor the request of making the suggestion to move it to a level 4 because we felt we were in closer alignment with what the Office of Safe Schools recommendation is for bullying at a 3. It's right in the middle of their range, so we felt that we shouldn't move that to a level 4 because we would also need to be moving bullying to a level 4 which would then be an expellable offense.
Right.
We currently also have harassment that can be a level 4 offense that would be expellable. So we felt leaving it at a 3 and removing cyberbullying to, again, treat it as bullying, and we have procedures for bullying where sometimes we thought we don't have the same procedures for cyberbullying.
I'm good.
Yep.
I'm fine, yep.
All right, 22 was they wanted some clarification there for profane language. And so under the major, we added sharing of inappropriate text versus just having receiving them. We're like, wow, that's a really good idea. We should have done that a long time ago. And then under the minor, we said not necessarily towards others was what was asked. So again, it just helps us get clarity.
I'm good.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Okay, we had a request to in number 23 to move trespassing from a level 2 to a level 3. Again, we agreed with that because it was in closer alignment with the Office of Safe Schools.
Yep.
Good.
Okay, same with arson. We wanted to move it from a 4 to a 5.
Yeah.
Same thing.
Yep.
Okay. And then explosives, this is another one of those, if you look at that definition, it's a WPO. So if you have explosives, it means that you have a weapon.
Yeah.
We left it, but they wanted us to remove fireworks. And so fireworks, if someone had fireworks used as a weapon, we would just call it a weapon versus explosives. And then they wanted that to be a level 5 infraction, which it should be in alignment with WPO.
Yep.
All right, so this is the one that later in the day, we may have some revisions to with regard to the wireless communication devices, okay? I will tell you that the district discipline group does wish, the majority wanted for, if a phone is confiscated, to have the student have the ability to pick that phone up later in the day. Because policy stated otherwise, we fell back on policy unless later today policy is revised to say that. We can easily change this, so we can put a pin in this one. But the idea was to provide clarity that when a referral is written for a wireless misuse, you are to confiscate the device, and the student, the way it's written now is the student's parent would pick it up. The second time a referral is written, the device would be confiscated and the parent would need to pick it up. The third time, you would have a loss of potential privileges. Again, these are all when a referral is written. So students are given warnings, and that's where the language in policy says the word may. When a referral is written, these are the steps that we would follow.
So since I'm the one who brought I'll jump in here. The committee, it's my understanding that the committee was pretty strong in asking for this. And I think anytime any of these revisions, we made some revisions we made last year, we were also thinking about, we don't want to have stuff in there that people are just not enforcing because it's too difficult to enforce. And whether we like it or not, in today's day and age, a student whose parent can't come to get their phone, if they go home without it, there's no phone at the house. So sometimes that's what parents are relying upon to know where their kid is, be able to get a hold of them. You need to pick up little brother, sister, whatever. So I am in favor of what the committee, the work group recommended, which is that first offense, because we don't want schools to not confiscate because they know they can't give it back to kids at the end of the day. I also want to point out, we'll talk about this more later, but some of the inconsistencies in our policy as it stands. There is a place where it says, if you violate this part of the policy, it may include confiscation where your parents can't come get it. But then later on it says, if you violate this policy, it will. So, I understand that the work group couldn't change, we can't change the code of conduct without the WCD policy being changed, but I'm going to recommend this change. I think that we need to make that first offense be confiscation. The kid can't get it back till the end of the day, and then we can leave as they recommended. The second offense, the parent has to pick it up, and then so forth. But because I think then it'll be easier for the schools to enforce, and we don't have to worry about that safety issue.
And parental notification will still be a part of this, even if the child's phone is able to be picked up by the child?
Yes, that should be
Yes.
in every disciplinary infraction.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't really understand the point of having a parent pick it up, if I'm being honest. If a parent's getting notified anyway, the parent's aware that the student is not complying in class, in school, and getting in trouble.
I
I'm-
think the levels, like, you ramp it up, right?
Progression.
So the second.
I
time,
understand
ramp it
that,
up.
but for this kind of an infraction, I do think it is, I just think it's risky and dangerous for us to be holding on to children's phones when they're heading home after school. I mean, take it away from them, and then they get it when they leave our campus. I'm not comfortable with that one. I'm sorry, like, there's just too many, like Ms. Campbell had said, there's too many students that are home all day by themselves. There's too many students that are walking in dangerous areas by themselves, or going to work and coming home late. I just think that God forbid something happened because we required the parent to come get it and the parent is not coming to get it. I'm just not comfortable with that. The consequences in school, that kid gets it taken away. Again, if the parent's being notified, there's accountability, the parent knows about it. They don't need to drive and get it. I don't know, it makes me uncomfortable. I don't like it. Also, it's a way for parents to see where their kids are after school too, if we're talking about a secondary student. I just feel like we're putting kids at risk for no reason. I don't know. That's just my opinion.
Stay away in on this one,
Um,
because they're gonna need some direction.
I know. I hear what you're saying, Ms. Jenkins. I think progression with discipline is very important, and a lot of times notifying a parent and a parent becoming uncomfortable and having to step out and do something tends to trigger a different type of discipline in the home, right? So if you just get a phone call versus now I have to stop what I'm doing and I need to go get something from the school because you disobeyed what the rules were, I think there's a different conversation that happens in that household. I hear what you're saying, though, and so I don't know where the happy medium lands on this one. Oh, boy. Okay.
So
I'm going to let somebody else chime in.
Well, can I just say, I hear you on that, but you have to remember, we serve students who don't necessarily have parents and guardians with the capacity to do that, and not even just functionally to get there and get it, but also they just won't. And we're not here to parent the parents. I hear what you're saying, but if we're notifying the parent, I believe that's enough of our responsibility to say, hey, your kid's not doing this, step it up. I mean, it makes me uncomfortable. I mean, I've gone on home visits and stuff, and sometimes it's not good, and it makes me uncomfortable. I'm not saying that the kid's doing the right thing, that they're continuously disobeying, but if they're continuously having a consequence, I think that's our job, and we're already doing it. I don't know, it just makes me really nervous to leave kids without a way to communicate. God forbid something happens.
All right, Mr. Trent, would you like to weigh in on this?
I don't know if I want to have to. Well, like you said, there's most likely plenty of warnings before even that first offense gets a referral. There just is, as a classroom teacher.
I would think in
You do
most
not
instances.
want to write a referral for phone.
Correct.
And those kids know that.
Correct.
And then between the first referral and the second referral, as much as I'd like to say, a teacher's going to say, you already had one referral, no warnings, here's a second referral. It's probably going to be another series of warnings after that first referral. It just adds another thing. So, because you don't want to write a second referral for obvious reasons. You have to have an escalation of consequences. And those students know if the consequences that they're going to get at home is probably a lot worse than what they're going to get at school on that, and they're not going to want that second referral. So I'm for keeping it the way it is, but I agree with on the first one, absolutely. I'm almost in agreement, and if it's on a Friday, if we don't have a next school day, that they can pick it up too, because that's sometimes in the classroom setting, and not that I'm expecting you to change it on this, but we've had it where we've got 6 phones sitting here on a Friday, and we know the parents are not coming tonight, and it's going to be Monday. That also leads to sometimes teachers not confiscating phones on a Friday because they just know that problems that it could happen, and they neglect the policy on that as well. So that probably didn't even need to be out there, but that's reality.
Right.
That happens on a Friday.
Right. And which is why I want him to give them the most opportunity for consistency as possible.
Yeah.
But Mr. Reed, I mean, you've been administrator. Are you confident that if an administrator knows about a hardship in a family, that they would be in contact with the parent and make an exception? I mean, I don't like exceptions to the rules when we've set these policies in place, but I also like to understand that our administrators are human beings who
Sure.
understand their students.
All day they have to exercise their professional judgment, right? And so there's some are very black and white and will want to follow every rule, but also still exercise professional judgment or will seek input, right? They're so I have a saying where sometimes common sense has to prevail in a situation where you know more than
Right.
in most instances, you're going to make the right decision
Right.
instead of maybe one that puts someone in harm.
And I feel like we're thinking, oh, somebody had their phone out in class, but a violation of our WCD policy could be videotaping another student. It could be some of these other things that are listed in the policy. It can be a bigger deal. My mind also automatically goes to, oh, you had it out when you weren't supposed to have it out. But there's some pretty serious things in there that would consider these first and second offense. Yeah.
Yeah, Ms. Dean.
Currently, what we have in our artifact, if you look at number 4, artifact number 4, the only offense that we're taking away the phone currently that we have as an artifact is offense 1. There is a progressive discipline with second offense, third offense, where there's 1 to 3 days of out-of-school suspension for the second offense. Then third offense, there is 4 to 5 out-of-school suspension. And if you look on the back, if they're used for, fighting, they're using it to videotape, then that would be where they would confiscate the phone, et cetera, where it would be much more progressive discipline for that, cyberbullying, et cetera, all of that. So that's what's listed in the artifact. So,
Wait,
if you go,
I'm confused
You
because
said
it's
4, and that's the vaping one.
That's vaping.
And no, it's the last attachment on the.
Artifact 3.
that's what I'm on.
well, I guess, I'm sorry.
I think she said the 4th attachment, which I went to pull.
I'm
it up.
sorry, I was looking at the vaping. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Wait,
So,
wait.
So right now, the first offense and the second offense are identical. So what the
Correct.
work group was asking for, what I think I'm hearing us have consensus of, we want the first offense to be where the student can pick it up at the end of the day.
And then the other state.
Am I wrong to, I would assume the first offense is a verbal warning to put your wireless device away.
We're talking about the first referral.
Referral.
Referral. Okay, so they've already maybe passed that. Okay. All right. Again, I know it's not going to be very popular, but I do believe in the discipline needing to progress. And I am in favor of first offense student picks up their phone. Second offense now requires parent involvement. Obviously, site discretion is applied, so if a principal knows their circumstances at the school or with the family, they can use that. And then the third offense, they lose the ability to have.
So we will draft this language and putting a pin till later today as well for policy review, but we're going to say first offense is confiscation and student may receive at end of day, school day. Second offense will stand as drafted language and third offense as drafted language currently provided to you.
I'm in favor of that. Yes.
Yeah, and I think, and if I may speak real quick, if an individual actually gets to the point where we're taking the phone away and there's some concerns about a parent not being involved or anything like that, then that student should have taken the responsibility of not getting in trouble with the cell phone multiple times prior to it. So I'm in favor of this. Thank you so much for bringing it forward.
I just want to just reiterate, though, the concern that we're all comfortably saying that we're going to allow our administrators to use discretion if they know about these instances, and we're going to assume that they know about these instances. I just want you to think about that for a minute, because some of our schools have 1,500 kids in them, so they're not going to always know about these instances. So just take a minute to think about that, because this might become an issue going forward. You also don't want to leave room for people to feel uncomfortable with the choice and the decision that they're making either. That's not the point of drafting these. So I don't know how to separate them, though, so I understand that there has to be a progression. I don't know what the alternative would be. It's, yeah, I don't know. And then what do we, I guess, just explain to me what happens when a student loses the privilege of a cell phone on campus. What happens? I think that's what people need to hear too. Like, so what's happening every day for that student?
So if I were the building level administrator and that I had someone that had this as a ongoing problematic piece, I would say, you know, you've lost that privilege to have it on your person or in your backpack, and you're going to meet me in the morning and give it to me. And I know that, you know, your family needs this device for you to know where you are. So every morning you have to check in with me and you have to give me your device. It'll be safe right here in my drawer. And myself and the secretary know where it is. And at the end of the day, if I'm not available, my secretary will return that phone to you every day at whatever time.
So I guess what's odd is like, so they, sorry, my thing, is they lose the privilege, and forgive me, I'm just thinking out loud here, but they lose the privilege and they have to turn it in every morning, but they get to pick it up every single day and they get to go home with it. What happens if they do it again?
So in the bottom of Artifact 3, it says any violation beyond a third offense may result in out of school suspension, potentially even a 10-day suspension pending possible placement at an alternative center if it was continuously causing a disruption to the learning environment.
Okay, so that's not being changed.
Correct.
Right.
That would stay.
Okay.
And it would be the same as if a kid was caught videotaping or, you know, videotaping a teacher. We would confiscate that phone, and the parents, we would have parent conference, et cetera. That's outlined here. So there are some progressive discipline expectations.
Can I just also clarifying here? Do we have to have a first, second, third? Or can it legitimately be up to, you know, until the third offense? Do you know what I mean? Like, because the issue is that they were matching, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. There is nothing that says we need to have these tiers.
Right.
There's a violation or there's not a violation. And so we provide these tiers to try and help remedy the problem through a stricter consequence.
Right.
But no, there is nothing that says there has to be.
I think the tiers that we put in place last year, I think that's helpful for administrators.
Absolutely.
We have so many new administrators to just make it on this one that can lack clarity, just a very specific 1, 2, 3 and beyond.
So the reason I'm asking though is, like, I understand there needs to be delineations, but like, to me, you know, you could always have a 1 and 2 are together, third 3 strikes, you're out. I don't actually believe that a parent picking up the phone is going to stop a kid from using it in class. If the first referral wasn't enough, the second referral wasn't enough, you're going to do it again the third time. And again, I'm just concerned about student safety, so I just wanted to clarify. Thank you.
I think you have clear consensus from, I hear you, Ms. Jenkins, and I wish there was a way to honestly, I'm just going to tell you, if you have to pick up a phone as a parent, I believe that's a different conversation. My child will probably lose their phone altogether. They won't have one any longer. And I think that that's a conversation that'll be had in the household. So hopefully we don't ever have to exercise that. Hopefully students know, don't bring your phones out during instructional time. That's really the underlying message that we're trying to get to, so that teachers have the ability to teach. All right, we are on
Very
to the
good.
next
Thank you.
one.
Moving on.
Oh, sorry, Mr. Susan.
No, I just wanted to say, one of the things that we deal with is this is a monetary item, right? So we talk about some of the things about parent involvement and things like that, and not being able to contact the students and not being able to get in there, and I totally agree with that. But somebody's paying the darn bill. Somebody's paying for that child to have that cell phone. It's a little bit different than trying to get parental involvement on other issues. So if there's an issue with the cell phone, it's coming from somebody else most of the time, unless the student's actually making it themselves and paying for it themselves. So having a parent who is not going to be able to be notified or caught or anything like that or called, they pay for that bill. So there is more involvement when they're getting that cell phone from somebody, and there is more ability to catch that individual, that parent to come back to. That's all. Just wanted to say that.
Thank you. All right, we are on to vaping, it looks like.
Okay, we made a slight revision to vaping, just really, just saying versus change from civil citation to tobacco citation, and that was law enforcement being involved in our committee, so they know that language, right? We didn't speak that, so that was pretty easy, and it's just in one of our artifacts to provide clarity, so that seems to be a very easy fix. We also, though, did need to add to 28 adding vaping to the tobacco definition. There's not, everything is vaping related, so we added, after electronic cigarettes, vaping devices to just make sure that we weren't splitting hairs on what it was or what it wasn't. And
Perfect.
so do you feel that satisfies that?
Yes.
Okay. Number 29, so this is where we're going to take a look at that willful disobedience chart, and that is that continuum to help our schools choose the best behavioral incident, and families, as mentioned. But what we want to look at with this is, originally we had, when we gave this to the committee, student conflict was in the level 1 category, and we removed it because student conflict
Yeah.
and willful disobedience don't go hand in hand. So
Right.
we kind of had just dropped everything in there. Item 30 says add concrete examples of behaviors in each step of the draft. And so we attempted to add some behaviors. We found that if we were adding them for all of them, the definitions actually got more blurry. So we only added definitions to some of them. Those definitions are under willful disobedience. We had provided 4, and under level 3, we provided definitions under the new level that we'll address in a second, gross insubordination, and we provided definitions in level 4. We felt the definitions in level 1 were quite clear.
Yeah. We're good.
All right, 31, there was a new addition of an incident where you can best see it is if you have the level 3, that willful disobedience chart. We've created a new level 3, gross insubordination. And that's that step above the willful disobedience. And it's the willful refusal to comply with authority, exhibiting contempt or open resistance to a direct order, challenging authority of any BPS employer, any adult in authority at the school, in the presence of others, which causes this disruption. We felt that this just gives us a further continuum and provides clarity of that absolute willful disobedience or that repeated willful disobedience, that this was a good addition. And then the visual, the infographic, will help our admin teams really see the options like they did with simple battery and physical aggression and fighting.
I like it.
I think that will be a very good addition.
I do too.
On this chart as well, we did some cleanup. So this is where a big difference was between elementary and secondary. Elementary, so secondary willful disobedience was a level 2 and elementary was a level 3. And I might have had those flipped. I
Yeah.
got them flipped? Okay, so I had them flipped, right? Yeah. And so there was a gap and there was differences of what could happen with regard to consequences. By adding this gross insubordination in the number 3 position, we decrease to the number 2 position in both elementary and secondary willful disobedience, and we have a clear continuum across all grades of what being willfully disobedient or just being disobedient is, from a basic classroom infraction to a major classroom disruption on our campus. And it's just a much cleaner way to say what we've always said, but it was a little bit of a squiggly line with the difference in levels.
I like it.
All right, number 33 is what I just also covered there, so I will move on to number 34. It says, number 34 says, leave entering bathroom of wrong sex at level 2. However, repeated offenses would amount to a higher level, such as gross insubordination. In a minute, it's going to say in one of these, it also said, remove that language of going into the bathroom, not of your birth sex, out of the definition, and they asked us to move it, the district work group asked us to move it into the example. So we've moved it out of the example or out of the definition and placed it in an example, Again, the group wanted us to leave it at that level 2, but again, repeated would be able to level that up.
Can I ask why you would remove it out of the why can it not be both? I'm just curious.
It was just a request, and we felt
Okay.
that was easy enough to honor. We are required to have that in our code of conduct. And
Right.
so it does state that as a standalone, but we don't have we have to guide our staff what to code that as.
Right.
And so we don't have bathroom violation, restroom violation. We chose to say that's an act of willful disobedience, so we have to help them connect to that.
Gotcha.
So again, the district team just asked, simply move it out of the definition and plop it down there with the examples.
Okay.
And so we said, okay, for that slight change.
So will the examples only be in the chart, like the artifact 2, or will it also be up in the definition?
We would also add those to the definitions
Okay.
for clarity. So if it's clarity here, just again, I hope that every administrator has our beautiful little infographic in front of them, but I know they might not. So I want them to have all the right words in both places.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, number 35 was, again, revising willful disobedience definition. Oh, so that's what I just
Yeah,
covered
we're on
that as well with you
36.
guys. Okay, I'm going to move to 36. Again, it was about keeping the examples for them. So again, that is the same thing. So I'm going to move on to the aggravated battery chart, artifact number 1. All they asked for us to do is flip the script. Before we had most aggressive to least aggressive. Now it's least aggressive to
Makes sense.
most, so that's a pretty easy change there. We have a new student behavior here on number 38, and that is refusal to follow classroom rules. Again, looking at the willful disobedience chart, you'll see that falls in the level 1 category, and that is refusal to follow classroom rules, repeated instances of a student's refusal to follow basic classroom rules established by teacher. So again, it's just that idea. I've been working my classroom management and it's not working and you're not following those directions. It's a low-level infraction, something for someone to have a conversation other than the person that's been trying to have the person do that. And it's not a super impactful one. It could be handled quickly. And again, we felt it was a good idea to add to the continuum of having choices along levels 1 through 4.
I like it.
Good to move forward with that new one?
I'm good. Are you good?
All right, we're getting really close, you all. 39, gambling, and doing a deep dive into the, with the Office of Safe Schools, we've decided that we need to change the way we code gambling. We had a standalone gambling or student behavior, and we need to call that other major infraction to report to the Office of Safe Schools. So we need to report instances. Takeaway is we should be reporting instances of gambling to the Office of Safe Schools, and this will allow us to start doing that.
Okay. We're good? You good? Good?
All right, 40 is a very easy one as well. Again, just aligning with the Office of Safe Schools and being more accurate. That other major offense, the one that I just spoke of with gambling, fits within Cessor definitions. That other major is designed for all Cessors. It's very close to Cessors. It's just it's in our pocket Cessor definition that is kind of a catch-all when it's needed. And so we just provide clarity.
Thumbs up?
Okay, 41, arson. It was asked that we clarify what it is, so we added at the bottom there, if there's no damage to any structure, there is no damage to any structure, trash can, toilet paper, fire, et cetera, it does not meet the criteria for Cessor. So there must be damage. Again, that's straight from the Office of Safe Schools. We really just use their guidance instead of having our opinion beyond that.
Got it.
All right, chronic misconduct is an item that's in our code of conduct that is something that we have several steps that you must run through before you can use and execute that corrective strategy or student behavior with a corrective strategy. And we have multiple questions of staff asking us, what do I have to do? And so we just gave them some notes, what they have to do, so that they may not have to call or would be informed on their own. Just as we did cyberbullying we removed earlier, we would also like to remove that cyber stalking. Again, cyber stalking could fall in that bullying realm, but it also more likely falls in that threat realm. And so again, there's confusion. We have multiple ways to call a threat, and we have clear procedures. When it's a threat, you should be doing a threat assessment. And so we actually, by having this, we're not following some of our procedures just by simple confusion of what was what. So we recommend we remove cyber stalking, and if we had an incident like that, it would be considered a threat.
Can I ask for, just for clarification's sake?
Yes.
So when, I mean, I've never had to report things and do referrals, so forgive me. But when we have an administrator that's documenting the threat, do they have this listed as an example for them to reference? I mean, it's not, it's just, it's different, right? I mean, is this there for them to think about? Just in the world that we're living in right now, I just feel like that there needs to be there for them to reference and recognize that this action and these behaviors is constituted as a threat. Because I actually don't think people would immediately make that correlation.
Sure. So what we could do is we could add to our definition of a threat. So just off the top of my head here,
Right.
we've removed assault, we've removed cyber stalking, all which were subsets of threat. So we could add, for example, cyberbullying, cyber stalking, and incidents of potential assault. A weird definition, though. So that's tough, but we could
Right.
try and
I-
clean up that definition.
I don't think we need to add the assault part, because that's confusing, essentially.
Yeah.
But I think under threats, to include cyber
Cyber
stalking.
stalking.
Yeah.
Under
Okay.
bullying, to include cyberbullying.
Cyberbullying.
Right.
If we're gonna take cyberbullying out, we're gonna take cyber stalking out, let's make sure that bullying and threat include those two words, so that it's clear.
Yeah, and I appreciate that, because like cyber stalking is different than cyberbullying.
Correct.
And this is something where a student may feel fearful and not articulate it in a way of bullying. I don't think people are gonna necessarily automatically think about that. So I just want a little reminder for them.
So we will ensure bullying's definition has that cyber piece, which I'm confident it does, and we will ensure threat has cyber stalking, okay? Mr. Urban, do you feel good about that? Okay. All right, this is another touchy one here, maybe, potentially. In policy 5500, it states, I'm looking at 45, it states the following consequences for dress code violations. First offense, a student will be given a verbal warning and the parent will be called. Second offense, ineligible to participate in extracurricular activities for a period of time not to exceed 5 days. And third offense shall receive in-school suspension, not to exceed 3 days. We felt that because that was in policy and because it was a talking point that came up, we should to define what that means. And so we wanted to add a new code called dress code major. And that would be when exposure to underwear or a body part in an indecent or vulgar manner, okay? So that's kind of the line. Undergarments or indecent event and vulgar could follow those consequences. The minor would stay the same, which would be a level 1 infraction that we would enforce. But again, it would be less than exposing underwear or body parts in an indecent way. If we had the major, we would follow what's written in policy that comes straight out of statute, okay? If we have the minor, it's going to be a level 1 infraction, and it's going to be the administrative team's decision based on how many times it's repeatedly that low-level infraction has happened, okay? So again, on the third time any incident happens, our administrative teams have the ability to level up into the next category, okay? Focus isn't smart and doesn't know that, like it just looks like an error, but they still have the ability to override that. So again, we're proposing to follow that, have that statutory language more so part of our code of conduct, where it really was just tucked in policy 5500, but delineate between what's major and what's minor, and that comes down to that exposure of underwear and body parts versus a shirt that you shouldn't be wearing or a hat on at the wrong time.
Are we sure that that statute reference is correct? Because I'm not.
Yeah, I didn't include, so the statute I have in my office that pointed us to that,
Pursuant to
It's not 1003.01.
it is not that
If
statute.
it is, it's not number 5. I just want to make sure if we're going to add it in there that I know.
I'm 90% positive it is, but I'm gonna try and find it real quick, but it 100% is in policy 5500.
Okay, okay.
That, those exact words for those consequences, A, B, and C is in policy 5500.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Can I make a suggestion? So you're saying the whole thing in major is statute?
Correct.
And not that I'm shocked that our statutory language is vague or broad or ill-defined. But can I make a suggestion that we just remove the first part of it? Because it's, in my opinion, it's subjective and it's broad and it's actually the exact opposite of what we were intending to do when we revised the dress code policy. And just leave it.
But there has to be some kind of language that delineates a major. I think.
So can we just have, can we just have dress code violation and then progressions for multiple offenses, like it's listed in major? Because the reality is, even if they did the verbiage in the first sentence, that's still a failure to comply with established dress code policy. So why don't we just have again, just being a devil's advocate here, it's a very broad statement that can be interpreted very differently depending on who's interpreting it, and it's mostly going to affect females. So
You assume.
well, I'm not assuming, it is going to. The majority are going to be females. So really what we care about here is the first offense, second offense, third offense. That's really the important part of this language, is that there's an escalation.
Correct. It was
for
living in
continuance.
policy, but not in code of conduct. So
Right.
that's where we're bringing all under one house, but we felt it was important to delineate between the two. That statute is 1006.07, and it's 2D.
So I guess I just need help understanding why we need to have two.
So we with the district discipline group, I gave them just these A, B, and C and said, let's build up a tiering, kind of like wireless communication device. And it was hard because just low-level infractions were going to get almost leveled up pretty fast. Let's just say I wear an inappropriate shirt 3 times. I'm already at level C of these infractions. So we really felt that we were handcuffing them into potentially over-consequencing. The committee even started having discussion like every 15 days it would reset. And we're like, how do you track that? That's not possible. So we spent 2 sessions on this and really went round and round. And when we came down to it, we said, we've got to divide these out or don't include the statute that's in our policy that we've left off of our code of conduct as in the past. So we were torn and felt that this was the simplest way to provide words for action when you're not necessarily in the room giving guidance.
I support this. I think this, I'm thank you for getting the correct side, because that language that exposes underwear, body parts, and indecent, but that's straight out of statute. So we're always safe, I'm gonna say always. We're usually safe, good, just going straight with the language. I think this is clear, and this gives a difference between, a kid who's walking around with his, boxers showing above his belt line to a kid who's walking around with intentionally with his crack showing, sorry to be vulgar. But it gives another tool in the toolbox, and obviously the committee thought there needed to be something besides just, okay, your shirt's not touching your pants. This is something more egregious, and we're coding them all exactly the same way. So I think this leaves minor as a level 1, and gives them the option for something else. What, you didn't put a level on this one, what would the major be, level 2?
So
That's what
we didn't.
Oh,
Yeah,
this
we
is the
didn't.
chart.
We did not
This
put a
is the
level on
chart.
it because it follows consequences that aren't necessarily in our code of conduct. The 5 days of extracurricular activities. That is not, I believe, in our code of conduct.
So it puts it like the WCD policy. It's kind of its own beast.
It's going to be, yes, it would be unique living on one of the artifacts to help guide them.
I'm in support.
I'm in support too. I'm going to go on a bit of a soapbox on this one though, because dress code violations are one of those things. I grew up in a day where we had a wonderful administrator at Titusville High. I think Dr. Rendell will remember this gentleman. And dress code was enforced. It was enforced. It was enforced. If he saw you a mile and a half away, he'd yell, "Young lady," and you knew you were in trouble. You violated it, and you are now going to the dean's office. And you know what happened when he held the line? No one violated the dress code I shouldn't say no one. It wasn't violated nearly like it is right now. It is so frustrating to walk school campuses and to see, I mean, all over the place, violation, 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 violation. And I'm like, that is site admin not enforcing the dress code. It is important to enforce the dress code. This may be an unpopular opinion, but I think we should have some type of closet, so to speak, where, hey, if you violate the dress code, you're going to go get something in that closet that's not going to violate the dress code and put it on in order for the students to maintain, because it's inappropriate. It's highly inappropriate. And so anyways, that's my soapbox. I'm going to get off my soapbox. Yes, I'm in favor of this. So yeah, this change will be good to add progression in order to enforce the dress code. Admins, we wholeheartedly support enforcing the dress code. All right, sorry, that's it. I'm off my soapbox.
All right. So not quite as big of a soapbox, but in many schools out there, that's exactly what they have by the dean's office. They have a box of donated shirts, and it's, sir, young lady, whoever, go get a shirt. Go pick one out, and that's what I expect you to have in there. So on the minor, we do know what you're telling me is repeated offense moves right into a major.
Yes.
It would not move into a major. It would.
Well, I'm
Sorry.
talking about.
So that's a common understanding. So repeated minors are a level 1. So then the third level 1 infraction, you can go to level 2 choices of your corrective actions.
But it
So-
doesn't become a major.
So you could pick an in-school
Okay.
suspension from there for repeated minor.
Yeah, well, I'm gonna say the code violation minor. I mean, the students and the staff's going to know, hopefully, that I'm just not going to talk to the same student 12 days in a row, and it's a minor level 1, right? You're saying third one.
Third one, you can go, it's still coded as a minor infraction, but you can give it a level 2 consequence. So we want to be careful. We felt it was very important to be careful. The major is undergarments or above.
Yeah.
Everything else is still a minor, but when you're repeating, you can eventually get a level 4 consequence for a minor infraction.
Because that's the conversation
Yes.
that I'm going to have with a parent that says, hey, in August, that was just say, don't wear that shirt again, and now they can't go to a dance or something like that. And then Sally, her friend, had the same shirt on, and she just don't wear that shirt again. So we have to go through that conversation, and they're going to say, where is that in your dress code or policy? Those are the conversations that I'm going to have to say, I don't know how many times your daughter or your son was talked to, and your friend, and so we're going to have those conversations, right?
Yeah, yes, and so how I would guide administrative teams is, I see for Chris has had 3 minor infractions, and this time was given a more stringent consequence. And that's notated that our administrators can do that, and we explicitly train them.
Yes,
that-
please take very good notes on that. So
Okay.
Yeah,
to
we
prove-
did add that last year. It seems like
Seems like-
it wasn't that long ago. But on the bottom of every level,
Yeah.
it says, the school principal reserves the ability to move the student behavior up a level for repeated acts of misconduct. Repeated can be defined as behavior occurring more than twice. It says it at the bottom of every single one.
So maybe we can add more make it more prominent and not give it a footnote, but actually add it to a piece of the code of conduct. Would that be helpful? That repeated offenses will be leveled up? Okay.
I would prefer that.
Okay, so we'll add a standalone
Definitely the
statement
training,
that just clarifies that just before these charts that give the level 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Yep.
That'll be an easy fix.
Okay.
One clarifying question. Oh, sorry, Mr. Susan. You're delayed. You can go.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to say thank you to Ms. Wright's comments. Thank you for the clarification from Mr. Trent. And Ms. Campbell, anytime you want to use the verbiage that you used to describe things, I greatly appreciated it because I got a chuckle from that. Thank you so much for that. I wholeheartedly agree with the direction of the board, and thank you so much.
Can I just, you already answered this question, I think. I'm sorry.
It's fine.
I need to hear it again. The major violation, is there a level 1 or is that just offense?
It is just an offense. So again, that first sentence, it's exposure of underwear or body parts in an incidental or vulgar manner that disrupts orderly learning environment is subject to the following disciplinary actions. So if we have exposure of underwear or body parts, we would be in a major consequence, and we would be coming from A, B, and C.
And those consequences come straight out of statute.
No, I understand that. Okay, I mean, this is gonna be like just situationally based. I'm just being honest. I'm thinking about young girls that, sometimes it's not intentional.
Well,
And I mean, hopefully our administrators
That wouldn't
aren't doing it,
qualify though,
but-
because if you're wearing a zip-up jacket over your strappy top that shows your undergarments and it just, whatever, that wouldn't qualify as in an indecent or
I
vulgar
know.
manner.
I'm just saying it's subjective, that's
Disrupt-
all I'm
yeah,
saying.
yes,
Yeah.
it is. But I don't think this is like for a slight offense. I mean, this is gonna be
I understand.
did it on
I
purpose.
wanted clarification about that, so I
Yeah.
appreciate it. Thank you.
Yep, so we're gonna leave the language as is, and we are going to increase training, but we also are gonna add a standalone statement about multiple same-level infractions.
Okay, so I see that 1003.01, it's actually 13, not 5 in the parentheses, so it's 1003.01 parentheses 13 is what it says in the statute, so I think it probably just got moved around. But the statute that you listed is the one that I'm looking at, where I'm finding that, which is 1006.07 parentheses D, parentheses 2. I mean, parentheses 2, parentheses D, so we know where that's coming from. I think it would be good to include that somewhere. So, I'm good otherwise.
Mr. Erdman, did you hear that for the statute, it's going to be,
And then parentheses
1, 3.
13 instead of parentheses 5. That's that's the statute, the part that defines in-school suspension and suspension. So I think it was supposed to be 13, not 5. It may have been 5 once upon a time.
okay, we're almost there. 46 has to do with the electronic communication major. They had asked us to clarify and add to the definition to prevent coding errors. And so we've added here, and this is frequently happening, we're planning for 24-25, but we've added that the misuse major is not to be used for repeated incidents of minor violations. This major, if you refer to the artifact, you can see major is when you're recording somebody, right? And without their knowledge or with their knowledge and using it in some way that's not appropriate. So we've had some instances where 2 minors, people are having equal a major. Again, 2 minors should equal a stricter consequence
Right.
following our procedure. And that's what we just said. We will make sure it has more space in the code of conduct, and we'll continue to train upon that in all of our trainings with deans, assistant principals, and principals.
Perfect.
This is what we felt would help
Yeah.
prevent that.
Good.
All right, in fighting, we needed to make a slight addition there, again, for clarification. So we added this definition does not meet the definition of FIT. So again, there's a local-based code of fighting, and then there's the Cessor code. And so we're making sure that they understand that this does not meet that. And we've had enough for us to want to do that, enough problems for us to want to do that.
Yeah.
Good.
All right, 48 was meant to be stricken, so that should be on there. I'm going to go to 49. Corrective strategy number 33, recommendation for expulsion. We want to remove that. You all make the decision on when to expel, and we make a coding in the enrollment file. So having that as a possible corrective strategy is not it opens us up for problems for coding, and we just need to make it go away. It doesn't mean we're going to get rid of expulsion. It means
Right.
we're going to wait until you formally vote on it,
Right.
and then we tell them what to do as a result the next morning.
Yeah.
Okay, that is the end of the line of my must-dos. There was a long list of items that, again. Oh, did I skip? Oh, I was seeing, I'm so looking forward to getting done here. 50, thank you. This also provided some confusion, or is providing some confusion. Suspension pending a parent guardian conference. This year, we had to do away, we used to have individual codes. Suspension 1 day, suspension 1 to 3 days was a different code. Suspension 5 days, suspension 10 days. Those were 4 different codes, and it was resulting in misrepresenting data for us. A suspension needs to be 1 code, and it can be X number of days. But we now have clean data, but we didn't catch this one at the beginning of last year that it was sneaking in there. So when I'm reporting suspension data, I have to also pull how many days were coded
Right.
as pending parent investigation.
Makes sense.
Again, we'd like to get rid of that mandatory piece and add, so if I was to give a suspension, I'm going to say you're going to have a 2-day suspension, and we're going to add in that a parent conference is needed, and when I make that phone call, I'm going to make that clear that we need to meet to discuss this problem. And again, that is an effort to give us clean data. That parent conference might be one of the most powerful tools that we have in our belt to use and can really make change, but it is giving us not the greatest of data and making it more difficult, so we would like to remove it and train how to do that same thing, but do it in a different way that gives us good data.
Makes sense.
All right, the other items that are here were items that, again, were recommendations that may have came forward, and as we debriefed at the end of each of our sessions, we determined that we weren't able to honor that request, or that it wasn't in alignment with the Office of Safe Schools, or just for some reason we couldn't do that, or something existed that we already had that. So we did the same thing, but I didn't have plans to go through each individual one. If there are any items that you want to have me pull and discuss with you, I'm happy to do that. But these are the items that, again, the committee did bring forward as recommendations. Some it could have been one individual, some it could have been a few individuals. But for most of these, they were not the majority, and they were all things that the team, when we debriefed the next day, we spent many hours reviewing what we had heard that night before, making sound decisions on current policy and procedures.
All right, board, do you have any of these items that you need to pull for discussion? No. Mr. Susan?
No, I'm good.
All right, so I think we are good. Thank you so much for the presentation. I'm looking forward to this being cleaned up. It will result in more accurately reporting, so thank you for all your hard work from your team there.
Thank you.
All right, we are now on to our next topic on the agenda, which will be the opportunity for debt refinancing. I think we have Mr. Ford present with us today, and Ms. Lozinski that are going to come present.
Oh, before you guys wander off, I meant to do this. First of all, I wanted to thank all of you and Ms. Dampier and Mr. Reed for heading this process. It has been very different, but it's been very helpful. I think because you included so many members of the community, it really, sometimes we get accused of, oh, the board's handpicked people or whatever, but you included, it was a y'all come moment, right? And you definitely listened to the y'all that came. So I just thank you so much for going through this process that was very clear. And when I talked to my committee representative, she felt like they were heard and really did have a part. It wasn't just them getting to say things and you guys make all the decisions. So thank you for doing that. And we didn't talk about this, but I'm absolutely supportive of removing all the extraneous handbook type material so that we can get the code of conduct to be just what that is, the code of conduct. So thank you guys for all that work.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Kim. All right.
What did I just say?
Is Ms. Lozinski presenting, or is this going to be Mr. Ford? Mr. Ford's going to present? Okay. All right. Yes, you're welcome.
So, Madam Chair, if I could just set the stage.
Absolutely.
Basically, one of the things that we want to do is be responsible with the taxpayers' money, good stewards of the taxpayers' money. And Mr. Ford's going to show us a way to reduce our debt and that is a good thing to do. And so he's going to make a presentation, and we'll be looking for direction from the board. Mr. Ford.
Thank you.
Good. Thank you for letting us be here with you this morning. It's a pleasure. John would be here, but he's in Dallas right now, along with Will on the desk at RBC Capital Markets, and they have just put into the market about $170 million for St. John schools on a new money and a refunding transaction. They're about 30 minutes into that order period, and they look like they have about $500 million in orders for that $170 million. So
Wow.
that transaction's going very well. But it gives us some up-to-date information on where the market is right now. So we're going to talk to you about refinancing. But before I do that, I want to make a disclaimer. I'm sorry, do we have a question?
Can the podium raise it so where the microphone will be in front of you so that we can hear it? That way it gets picked up for, it should. We're almost, we'll take a, board if it's okay, we'll go through this and then we'll take a lunch break. Is that okay? Is everyone okay with doing that?
It goes down, but not up,
It doesn't
so
go up?
Okay, just
I
put
think
it
it's as
closer.
high as it
That'll
goes right
Well,
now.
Mr. Ford, you must be a very tall gentleman, so.
or I can do this.
No, 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 no.
I apologize. It's just, it's hard to hear you. It's not, it
I
doesn't
think
sound like
we
it's
can
being
just
picked up
angle it
through,
closer to him. That'll
through
be
the
better.
speakers.
So I apologize for interrupting you. I just want to make sure we can
All
hear
the
you.
way down, huh?
Oh, really? You gotta go all the way down to come back up?
If it doesn't come back up,
Then you're gonna have to pull a chair up.
I will yell.
Fun? Oh, Jackie, okay. I think we all got a little.
Sometimes when people lower it, they have stuff stuck underneath and it jams.
Okay.
It has to go all the way down to the set.
Oh, there we go.
Great, that should be about
Okay.
That'll do it.
Perfect.
Great. So the first thing I want to do is point out our disclaimer page that basically says this is not intended to be spot on the market today. These things are subject to change. This is an overview of what's going on. It is not comprehensive. We don't provide legal advice to the board. The board should rely upon its legal counsel to make any legal decisions. So thank you. So as we get started, we want to talk to you about potentially refinancing some of your debt. You have 7 issues outstanding right now, and there are 2 that are prime candidates for refinancing, and there is 1 that is a lesser candidate for refinancing, and those 2 are the 13A and 14 certificates of participation, followed by the 2017As. A little word about refinancing in the municipal bond market. It is a lot like refinancing your house in many ways, but it's got a couple of key differences. When you refinance your house, you do that because current interest rates are lower than the interest rate at which you borrowed, so you can save money on a monthly basis. But almost always, when you refinance a 30-year home mortgage, say it's got 20 years left on it, you refinance it, you go back out 30 years.
Right.
We don't do that here, and that's not what we're recommending. We go to the final current maturity date of those bonds. So for example, on the 13As, their final maturity is in 2030. We would only refinance those out to 2030. There would be no extension of maturities. So the goal here is to achieve cash flow savings each year during that period, but not extend the debt beyond that. So it's not an extension of your debt. I think that's important. So on this chart showing the 7 series you have outstanding, as I said, it's the 13As, the 14s, and then to a far lesser extent, 2 maturities of the 2017As. All of those are currently callable or will be shortly callable at this point in time, meaning that we have the ability to take them away from the current investors without paying a penalty. So what does your debt look like on that outstanding 7 series of certificates? The gray bars at the top are the combined interests. The colored bars along the bottom is the principal for each one of those series. The 2013As go out between July of 24 and July 1 of 2030. They have about 57 million outstanding. The 2024 maturity will mature before we go into the market, so it won't be refinanced. It will mature on its own, and the rest would be candidates for refinancing. Their current principal interest is as shown here on the blue bars. The 2014s go out to 2030 as well. They don't start until 2027, and you can see their principal and interest schedule here. As we talked the other day individually, the yield curve right now, or the interest rates ranging from 1 year, in this case out to 2034, is a little odd at this point in time. Yields in that first year are higher than they are in the subsequent years. In the St. John's transaction this morning, the yield on the first year was higher than they are until you got to 2032 or 2033. So they're out that far. So that creates a bit of interest when you go to restructure the refunding. Sometimes that really short maturity doesn't have as much savings as it would otherwise. But as it all blends in together, you achieve some efficiencies. So how are we estimating the refunding here? Well, we're assuming that we'd have a closing date of around July 6th right now, and that the call date would be on or prior to September 4th. On the 2013 A's, we would refund almost $46 million of those outstanding bonds. And on the 2014s, we would refund a little over $55 million, about $55.6 million. So the total aggregate amount that we would be retiring and replacing with new bonds would be about $101,475,000. What would we do with that new money we borrow? Because in a tax-exempt refunding, what you do is issue new bonds, and with those new bonds, you place an amount in an escrow account necessary to pay off the old bonds, and then you pay the cost of issuance. So that's what would happen. The all-in true interest cost is about a 323 on the 13As and about a 303 on the 14s. Combine those together and your all-in cost, that includes all cost of issuance, is about a 310. And that's where we are today. But that may not be where we are at the time we go to market. So that's the date that the interest rates are set. Could be slightly higher, hopefully would be lower. And our prior cash flow, you can see on there, we have the numbers there. We have savings along the way of, on the 2013 A's, about $1.1 million a year. And on the 2014s, we have savings of about $5.15 million per year. So that aggregates out to about $6.140 million in savings, or about 2.28% on those 2013s, and almost 8%, about 7.55% of the prior debt service on the 2014s. And then we say, okay, on a present value basis, what does that look like? In today's dollars, what does that look like? Well, on the 2013 A's, it's a little over $1 million, or 2.33% of the amount, the principal amount of certificates that we have refinanced. On the 2014s, it's over $4.5 million, or a little over 8% of the principal that we refinanced, and that is about 5.5% on the aggregate basis. Let me make a comment here. Almost every governmental issuer that we know of has a policy that says, here's the minimum level of savings that we will accept in order to refinance, because you have cost in there. And even though these savings are net of those costs, it's important that you don't go out and do a transaction that benefits your financing team more than it benefits you and the public, right? That's pretty simple in there. So normally that minimal level, depending upon where you were, would be around 3%. Others have a 5%, some have a 2%, but 3% is sort of that benchmark. But if you're already in a situation where you're paying the core expenses to go in and issue bonds, that's when you go back in and pick up some bonds that may fall back below that 3% level. And that's why we've included the 2013 A's in here. This is what your cash flow savings look like. As you can see in 25 and 26, there are very little savings there. It's very nominal. That really doesn't pick up until you get to 27, from 27 to 30, and then those savings are about $1.3 million a year. who's involved and whose expenses do you have to pay? Well, first of all, y'all are involved, everybody on the dais, including Superintendent Rendell. Cynthia and her team are involved, your legal counsel, we as your financial advisors, and then you have your bond/disclosure counsel, who's Bryant, Miller, and Olive. They may or may not act as disclosure counsel here. That hasn't been determined yet, but they will be your bond counsel. There's a trustee that holds the money, your payments that you make, and makes payments to the certificate holders, and they have an attorney as well. And then you have the underwriters and their attorney. And the underwriters are the ones who will actually place the bonds in the market for you and sell those bonds to investors. There are rating agencies. Right now, you are rated by both Moody's and Fitch. And we're looking at whether or not we want to keep both of those ratings for this transaction or just one of them to save a little bit of money. And we will talk to staff about that. We'll look at the numbers. We'll talk to the underwriters. And then when we come back to you with documents, we'll make a recommendation to you on whether or not it's one or two ratings. And then there are some transaction-specific roles. There's a verification agent who looks at all of the refunding numbers and says, yes, the amount that you have in your escrow to pay off your old bonds is sufficient. There are firms that help you with your disclosure that you're required to make each year on the bonds. So that is the team that will be before you. It's really a fairly simple process, and with that, I'd be happy to take any questions that you have.
All right, board members. Ms. Jenkins, do you have any questions?
I do not have any questions because you and the rest of the team took an ample amount of time answering my questions when we had our one-on-one about this. So I just want to say thank you for taking the time to explain all that and answer some really kind of in the weeds questions that may not have been necessarily applicable to this, but just to get a better understanding of how it works.
Actually, we thought all the questions were really good, and the only time we really get worried is when nobody has any questions during those one-on-one sessions.
All right, Ms. Campbell.
No, I appreciate this breakdown, and if this is, $5 to $6 million that we get back over the next several years, that's even we're getting to the point where it's just $1 million a year, that is that much more we can put into the work of the district, into our capital needs, into our other things. So this is good work, and I look forward to you guys making the market behave, so it's even better when you come to, I'm just kidding, I know you don't have that control, but I think, thank you for walking us through this process individually and together. I am in support.
You're most welcome.
Thank you. Mr. Trent.
Yeah, not always when you don't ask questions in those sessions, you have to be worried. You guys did such a good job. It made complete sense. From what I understand, you're kind of testing the waters on one school district that's chosen to be rated by one company, and you're seeing how that works out. So definitely interested in seeing how that comes out. But where you can save money, you do it, and that's your job. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Susan.
Yeah, I just wanted to say thank you to everybody for the presentation. I appreciate you guys. We've had discussions about a lot of other topics too. Just like Mr. Jenkins said, you guys are professional. You guys have done a great job. I also did want to make note that this is continuing to be the end of our debt that we incurred in 2008. So thank you very much, and that's all I got to say.
Thank you. Mr. Ford, I just have a couple questions I'm going to ask just for transparency to the public, and so more so pertaining to page 8 on this slideshow that we have here, where it gives us the cost breakdowns. So when I did my one-on-one presentation, I was very thorough and I appreciated them. The 2014 series makes a lot of sense to me to refinance, because when you look at the total refunding debt amount, right, that number there, that 57.2 and some change, we're increasing our total amount of debt there by $2 million, but we're going to save $4.5 million. So obviously we're coming out in the positive. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. When we look at the 2013 series, I have a concern there because the total amount that we're going to end up refinancing ends up not being cash flow positive. Am I understanding that correctly? So we're taking on, again, another roughly, it kind of cancels each other out. Is that fair?
No, that's not actually fair. I can see how you would get to that point, but it actually is cash flow positive. There are certain maturities that have far more savings than other maturities, but at the end of the day, you're still generating over $1 million with those 2013 As to the good.
Okay. All right, and maybe I'm misunderstanding something, because I guess the cash flow savings is maybe where, because we can reinvest?
Nominal cash flow savings is to the good about $1,165,000.
Okay. All right, yeah, I mean, honestly, anything we can do to reduce debt, I would love our district to have zero debt. That's kind of where I'm focused, is, hey, get out of debt. But yeah, if we can reduce the debt, let's reduce the debt.
Very good.
Yes, thank you.
Any other
All right,
questions?
Do you have anything that you want to add, Dr. Rendell?
No, I think it's good that we have a partner that can show us an opportunity to reduce our debt. Again, I think it might have been Mrs. Campbell that mentioned when we start yielding these savings in our debt payments, those funds will then be able to be put into other things for our district. So, you know, not only saving money, but being able to then reinvest that savings in other things for the good of our district.
All right. All right, do you have clear board consensus? I think everyone has said yes, go forward, do good work, and let's reduce the debt, so.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, board, we are at 11:55 right now, and I am assuming everyone probably needs a restroom break and would like to grab some lunch. What time would you guys like to be back? 12:30? 12:45-ish? What, I'm okay with whatever. I'm in for the long haul, so you tell me what works for everyone.
It's up to you guys.
Can you split the difference at 12:45?
Let's go 12:45. All right, we will resume the meeting. We'll be on recess until 12:45. recess. We are now on to the last topic of our agenda, which is the board-reviewed policy revisions for all divisions. So I will be going through and reading the policy number and asking if anybody would like to speak to this policy, which will then turn it over to the board for any discussions. Paul, we don't need to make a vote on this, correct?
That's correct.
That is correct. Okay. All right. So first policy up is Board Policy 2111. Would anybody like to speak to this, or is anyone present who wishes to address this item? Is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? Hearing none. Any discussion? No. All right. We are on to Board Policy 2125. Is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? Is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? Hearing none. Board, any discussion? No? All right. We're on to the next one. Board Policy 2205. Is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? Is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? Hearing none. Board, any discussion? All right, we are on to Board Policy 2210. Is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? Is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? Hearing none. Board, any discussion?
I thought we pulled this one because there weren't really any changes. And the changes that are listed are ones that we already did in October. Because it is as our current policy stands, except for like they added Roman numerals.
Yeah, we pulled.
So
You
it's
pulled this one?
Yeah, it's pulled.
I mean, it doesn't matter if you want to add Roman numerals, but,
Yeah. Yeah, we'll do it when we have a substantive change.
okay, thank you.
Okay. Any other discussion? Hearing none. We're on Board Policy 2230. Is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? Is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? Hearing none. Board, any discussion? Hearing none. We are on to the next one. Board Policy 2240. Is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? Is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? Seeing none. Board, any discussion? Nope. We're on to the next one. Board Policy 2250. Is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? Is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? Hearing none. Board, any discussion? No. We are on to the next one. Board Policy 2261. Is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? Is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? Seeing none. Board, any discussion? Nope. All right. We are on to the next one. Board Policy 2261.03. Is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? Is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? Hearing none. Board, any discussion? No? All right. I'm already getting tired of hearing myself repeat this, so I apologize to you guys in the audience.
I don't have anything until the 3000. So
Okay.
we don't- yeah.
All right. We are on to Board Policy 2270. Is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? Is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? Seeing none. Board, any discussion? Nope. All right. We're on to Board Policy 2271. Is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? Is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? Hearing none. Board, any discussion? No? All right, on to the next one. Board Policy 2280. Is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? Is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? Hearing none. Board, any discussion? No? All right, on to the next one. Board Policy 2370. Is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? Is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? No? Board, any discussion? On to the next policy, Board Policy 2371. Is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? Is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? Seeing none. Board, any discussion? Nope. All right. Board Policy 2410.01. Is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? Is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? Hearing none. Board, any discussion? Nope. All right. We are on to Board Policy 2411.01. Is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? Is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? Hearing none. Board, any discussion? Nope. All right. We are on to Board Policy 2421. Is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? Is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? Hearing none. Board, any discussion? Nope. On to the next item. Board Policy 2421.01. Is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? Is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? Seeing none. Board, any discussion? Nope. All right. Board Policy 2430. Is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? Is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? Seeing none. Board, any discussion? Nope. All right. We are on to Board Policy 2431.01. Is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? Is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? Seeing none. Board, any discussion? No? All right, on to Policy 2440. Is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? Is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? Hearing none. Board, any discussion? All right, Board Policy 2450. Is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? Is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? Seeing none. Board, any discussion? Nope. All right. On to Policy 2460. Is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? Is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? Seeing none. Board, any discussion? Nope. All right. We are on to Policy 2460.01. Is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? Is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? Seeing none. Board, any discussion? Nope. All right, on to Policy 2520. Is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? Is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? Seeing none. Board, any discussion? No. On to Policy 2521. Is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? Is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? Seeing none. Any discussion, Board? No. All right, on to Policy 2623. Is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? Is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? I'm going to be dreaming about this phrase, I think.
Should have got you one of those, like,
I know. No, okay, seeing none. Any discussion? I would have loved a button that just repeated it for me so I didn't have to.
You're doing great. You're doing great.
I was
Keep
practicing
going.
my auctioneer voice, and so, yeah, all right. Hearing none, Board, any discussion? Mr. Gibbs, were we on 2521 or 2623?
Sorry.
2623.
Thank you. I thought so. Okay. All right, we are on to Board Policy 3120. Is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? Is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? Hearing none.
I had a note on this
board
one.
discussion?
I had a note on
Okay.
this one. Sorry, I'm
All right,
breaking your
break it up.
rhythm.
Give me a break from.
All right, so I think it's great. I had a question about, and I had this conversation with Ms. Rutledge about district certification, and I guess I wanted some more clarification because I know we're having, just for my information, we're having conversations about CTE staff in particular who have other ways to get certified, but then they're running up against that same, it's only lasts for 5 years. So if I could get some clarity, and if it doesn't come today, it can come later, but if I can get some clarity on, you know, how we're using that now. I know we use it because Ms. Rutledge shared me, but what does that mean for recertification? If a CTE teacher was provided district certification because they're an expert in their field and they met those other standards, what does that mean for when it's time to re-up? Are they able to do that again? Why or why not? What assistance can we give to those people that we certify through this district certification process? I guess because it's going through this policy, this was a new thing for me, so I just wanted to ask those questions. Again, it doesn't have to be answered in this meeting, but I would like some more information about that moving forward, if I can get that. If you don't have an answer today, it can wait.
We do.
Just to clarify, to make sure the question is, someone who receives a district vocational certification, when it's time for them to get a professional, if that's a temporary,
Right. Is it a temporary that can't be renewed in the same way?
right, or is it a professional and it just is renewed with CEUs or something like that?
Right.
I'll get back to you on that.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Any other discussion? Oh, my mic turned off. All right. None? All right. We are on to Board Policy 3120.04. Is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? Is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? Seeing none, Board, any discussion? None? All right. We are on to Board Policy 3120.08. Is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? Is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? Seeing none? All right. Board, any discussion? Nope. All right. We're on to Policy 3120.10. Is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? Is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? Seeing none. Board, any discussion? No. All right. On to Policy 3122. Is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? Is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? Seeing none. Board, any discussion?
I have a discussion. It's not literally this one, but I feel like this would be the smart place to start what I'm about to say.
Which number?
I'm sorry,
We're on
3122.
3122.
So this was just brought to my attention by someone from the community today. So sorry if you see me staring at the screen. I was trying to just quickly check everything. So the real issue is actually on 3362, I believe, just quickly skimming this, but I'm just going to start here because this is the first number that was given to me. Okay, sorry, one second. Okay, so when we basically the non-discrimination statement where we say race, color, national origin, sorry, that statement is in multiple policies, which I listed them down here. But there's one that doesn't match exactly, which is 3362. And I just wanted to bring it up now because this is the first one that was brought to my attention. So okay, sorry. So race, color, national origin, sex, including sexual orientation, transgender status, gender identity, disability, pregnancy, marital, all of that. On 3362, when we get to it, I'll bring it up. But that's one of the ones that's like a weird outlier that's like similar but missing words, but all the other ones seem to be consistent. But at the end, if I can give a list of these numbers to staff just to make sure they're all consistent, because that statement needs to be consistent throughout all the policies that deal with discrimination. I think it's just like a typo probably, but I just want to make sure that they match. And I didn't have time to like make sure every single, I didn't catch that. So, and I was just notified about this, so I'm sorry. I'm trying to do it now, but. So I just want to bring it to staff's attention when I bring it up again.
So will you just, whenever the discussion comes up about that specific policy, will you make note of it that
Yeah,
way?
and I'm sorry to stopping here. I just wanted to say this because this is where it really starts. Like that statement
Okay.
keeps getting repeated over and over again.
So this is the definition that we are currently using, and you're
Yeah.
saying it's just not uniform when we
It's
talk
not
about.
uniform in all of the policies.
Okay.
This one matches, sorry, turn on.
I got you. Oh, I did it and then you muted
Sorry.
yourself, okay.
This one matches our statement at the bottom of the website that we're required to have, right?
Yeah, it's a federal requirement.
So you're saying the other ones?
Yeah,
the other one
and I
doesn't.
think it's just like typos, but,
Okay.
Okay.
I'll
and
make-
I
I'll make
didn't
sure they
really.
match.
I'm sorry?
I'll make sure they match.
Yeah, so
Thank
if I
you.
could just give you the numbers at the end,
Absolutely.
I'd appreciate it. That were brought to
Absolutely.
my attention, because I haven't had time to like word for word make sure they're identical.
Okay.
But someone brought it to my attention, I didn't want to mess that up. Thanks.
All right, any other discussion? Hearing none, we're on to board policy 3122.01. Is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? Is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? Seeing none, board, any discussion? Nope. On to policy 3124. Is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? Is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? Seeing none, board, any discussion? Nope. On to policy 3128. Is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? Is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? Seeing none, board, any discussion? No? All right. On to policy 3129. Is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? Is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? Seeing none, board, any discussion? No? All right, we are on to policy 3129.01. Is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? Is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? Board, any discussion? No, I need to look at one thing. Sorry, I just want to double check one thing real fast before I move on, because I thought I had made a note by this one. We're on 3129.01, but I just need to set, oh boy, I just scrolled way too far. Hang on. I just want to check one thing to make sure it was changed. I think it was, but. We're on 3129.01. There. Tutoring.
Tabs, too many tabs.
I know, that's what I'm like, and if you accidentally like click the wrong thing, you're like, oh. Okay. Okay, all right, sorry, no, it's fine. Moving on. Board policy 3130. Is there anyone present who wishes to discuss this item? Is there anyone present who wishes to discuss this item? No, or address this item, I should say. Board, any discussion? None? All right. We're on to policy 3132. Is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? Is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? Seeing none. Board, any discussion? No. Moving on. We're on policy 3214. Is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? Is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? Seeing none. Board, any discussion? No. Board policy 3220. Is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? Is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? Seeing none, board, any discussion? No? All right. Policy number 3242. Is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? Is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? Seeing none, board, any discussion? No? All right, we are on policy 3340. Is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? Is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? Seeing none, board, any discussion? Nope, all right. We are on to policy 3362. This is the one that you had indicated, correct, that wasn't uniform?
Yeah, and actually, just for the, just so I don't have to say it for every single one, I went ahead and gave it to Mr. Dufresne, just to take a look and,
Okay.
and make sure, because again, I'm skimming, so I don't want to keep bringing them up if I'm
Okay.
wrong.
All right, we're on board policy 3362. Is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? Is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? Board, any discussion? No? All right, on to policy 3420. Is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? Is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? Seeing none, board, any discussion? Nope, we're on to policy 3430.01. Is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? Is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? Seeing none, board, any discussion? I thought you said you had one in the 3000s.
I already did it.
Oh,
Yep.
sorry.
It was
Okay.
the district certification.
The district certification,
So
sorry.
My next one's in the 5,000s. I'm good.
It's blurring together, I'm gonna be honest, okay. All right, we are on to board policy. 5111.01. Is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? Is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? Seeing none. Board, any discussion? Nope. All right, we are on to policy 5111.03. Is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? Is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? Seeing none. Board, any discussion? Nope. All right, we are on to policy number 5112. Is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? Is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? Seeing none. Board, any discussion? Nope. All right, we are on to policy 5120. Is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? Is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? Seeing none, board, any discussion? No. We are on to policy 5121. Is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? Is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? Seeing none, board, any discussion? No. We are on to policy 5136. Is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? Anyone present who wishes to address this item? Seeing none, board, do we have discussion on this one? I think we do.
Yes, so
Okay.
just to follow up from this morning, this is our wireless communication device policy. Just to share with you, I had asked a question on number 4, which is the part that we're adding about, there was this thing that says, teacher shall designate an area for WCDs to be stored during instructional time. I just wanted to make sure that didn't mean we were requiring now we're going to have to go purchase those little pocket things, but that could include a backpack. The designated area can
Right.
be your backpack, the backpack's at the front of the room, back room, wherever, it can be designated that way. But the biggest challenge I did have a question on number 7, because we had changed this last year. It had been that the use can be, they can use them for instructional purposes as approved. It had been previously by the teacher. Last year we changed it, had to go back to the principal, and now we're going back to the teacher. So I think we probably need to give some clarity if we're going to do that, or maybe get some, the staff to share. Now, I had a long conversation with Ms. Dampier about this, and what's being brought to us today is a result of the work we did back last fall. It is not the result of the work by the discipline committee. So the other thing that this one is going to have to come back to us, since we agreed this morning that the first offense needs to be that the student, it's confiscated, but it can be returned to them at the end of the day. This policy
Right.
specifically says otherwise. So my suggestion is that we pull this one off this cycle and that we have staff bring it back to us, including the recommendations that'll go along with the code of conduct, so we can do that at the same time. Because I don't want us to move forward this policy and we're about to turn around and literally in the next meeting change it again. I think we need to provide, to me, we need to provide clarification. Is that number 7? Are we going to go back to the teacher can approve instructional uses for personal devices? When we talked about it's not necessarily, it's not as important anymore for them to be able to do that because we are one-to-one and every classroom should have enough devices for, especially in secondary, which they're the only times they're going to be pulling their cell phones out. to do activities, so we didn't make a decision on that, rather than having to be run to the principal. And then the part that I'm suggesting we change from our conversation this morning are the places in number 19 that talks about confiscation, number 12 that talks about confiscation, that they're consistent and that we do follow the new suggestions that we talked about this morning. So is that,
Okay.
so I think this one, we don't need to leave it to go through the process for us to vote on next week if we're going to change it.
I'm in agreement that if there's changes that need to be made to it, which sounds like in order to comply with the code of conduct, we're going to have conflicting policy and code of conduct, we need to pull it as well. But we do need to give clear direction, I agree, Ms. Campbell, on is it the teacher or is it the principal? Board, what is your thoughts?
Yeah, I think, thank
I
you.
concur.
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead, Mr.
I
Susan.
concur. Yeah, I agree.
You agree with
No.
what?
Whatever we say, all right.
No, it's not
He means
what I
pulling
said.
it. He means pulling
It's
it.
that I agree with the direction that you were saying. The fact that we're going to be changing some of the verbiage, the fact that there's a lot of, you know what I mean, some opportunities there, even with the devices and stuff like that, as far as the one-to-one. Do we need to allow them to have the opportunity? I agree with you. So
Yeah.
I agree with Ms. Campbell, taking it, pulling it, making it more consistent with what we have from this morning's conversation and in line with our needs. So that's all. Sorry, I kind of jumped in there.
No,
Chair. Didn't know
it's
if it was my
fine.
time. Sorry.
Okay, and then as far as, Mr. Susan, can I get your opinion on if it should be at the discretion of the teacher or the principal?
I think it should be at the discretion of the principal because the principal should be able to identify which one of the curriculums that they need. A teacher shouldn't be able to just allow the cell phones because what it does is it gives us an opportunity in some instances where the teacher may allow the cell phones for an inappropriate use where, you know what I mean, the principal knows the direction of the curriculum and stuff like that. I would say it would be the principal.
Okay, so your vote is pull it, and you're saying discretion of the principal. All right, let's go through and have this discussion. So who would like to go next?
Can we get input from the staff as to why that particular change, or maybe that's and then maybe that was a Neola thing, I don't know. It didn't come out of the work group. It didn't come out of the work group because that hadn't happened yet.
Good afternoon. This was language that we took from Neola,
Okay,
so we could change it back. This was Neola's recommendation.
okay.
Okay.
So it says this one can be left up to us. So I'm just trying to remember, and I don't know that that I landed real hard on this one way or the other. I'm just trying to remember our conversation was around, maybe not quite, I don't think my perspective wasn't quite the same as Mr. Susan's, but the idea that, you know, if we were trying to tighten up on the use of it and that it, you know, that it would be something that would be approved by the principal, just so for his awareness, so that we were trying to really make it where they weren't being pulled out hardly ever.
Right.
Especially when we have the technology at hand. So unless the board's direction has really changed, I think we need to go back to leaving it at the principal.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Campbell. Ms. Jenkins?
Yeah, I'm gonna advocate for classroom autonomy for the classroom teacher. I don't see the purpose there. I mean, ultimately, the administrator has the say-all of them being used on their campus, and whether or not they're even used during lunch breaks and in the hallways. So, you know, that kind of takes an override at some point. But I think every class and every teacher is different. I believe that our classroom teachers are professionals and they can make that decision for themselves, whether or not it's appropriate. I don't think they're going to allow inappropriate behaviors. I also think that we are going to put an unnecessary burden and pressure on classroom teachers to be fearful that if an administrator says they're not allowed on campus and they walk by and a kid's in the classroom with a cell phone out and they don't do anything about it, or that's not the day that they're doing something about it, they're going to be fearful for repercussions for that. I think it's, if the teachers are the ones asking for this policy to be tightened up and for them to have clear directions on how they can discipline students for not following the rules, we should trust them to be able to manage their classrooms.
Thank you, Ms. Jenkins. Mr. Trent?
Sure, we can't forget why we started this conversation the last time, like months ago. And I've heard from teachers saying, thank you for taking that part out of my hands, where it was, you know, And it's however the administration wants to handle it on that campus. If it's, hey, if you know you're going to use a phone during a worksheet or some topic, just send me an email a couple days ahead of time or something, and it's worked out well. So but we did it for a reason, and I think we're having success with it. So it probably was just an oversight, and they used Neola when they should have just continued using what we said originally. So no reason to change it.
Madam Chair,
Yes, go ahead, Mr. Susan.
I think in this case, one of the issues that we're dealing with is that I'm starting to hear from some of the teachers. If you guys remember when we took this over before, you had some teachers that were trying to hold the line on the policy, and you had some that were not. And one of the issues is that some of the teachers that were not, that were in the classes utilizing, the last 15 minutes of class or it's okay, pull out your cell phones, and just not teaching to the bell and stuff like that. And it was taking away from the enforcement of the cell phone policy from the others. And what happens is when you allow the teachers to make the decisions based upon the cell phone usage without any kind of overlaps from an administrator, what will happen is that in the event that somebody like an administrator is coming by and trying to hold the cell phone policy as part of the policy that we put forward, comes by and half the class is using their phones, it's a more difficult of a situation to enforce the cell phone policy. At no time should a teacher not be able to effectively say, hey, I'm using the cell phones for this. Can I get approval? That's not an issue. The issue we had was, and we're starting to hear it for the first time again, that I'm starting to hear from some of the teachers that, hey, it's starting to kind of lax up a little bit. You guys might need to kind of send out an email to try to reinforce the fact that there's some teachers that are starting to let up on the cell phone policy and letting them use it, because what ends up happening is the other teachers that are enforcing it and using it and properly educating the kids are starting to, feel the back end of the teacher, that's the student that says, oh, well, Betty Sue lets us do it in her class. So just wanted to give my 2 cents. I'm in favor of the principal specifically for those reasons. That's it.
Thank you, Mr. Susan. I tend to lean towards the principal too on this one. I agree that if a teacher gives advance notification that, hey, we're going to use the cell phone today for whatever it is, just to send some kind of notification, because I don't want it to be a default and a fallback to. Not that I don't trust that our teachers are going to make good decisions, but I do think it does set a uniform precedence over the district, whereas if it's teacher by teacher, you're going to have very different kind of opinions on what is appropriate and what is not. So, excuse me. Hopefully that clears it up. I think at this point we have 4 that have said go back to principal,
Yeah.
and then pull this policy. All 5 are in agreement to pull the policy.
Right, just so to summarize, pull 5136, bring it back with some rewrites or some correspondence in 4, 7, and 19. Those are the 3.
And 12 and 19 are about the confiscation, and then 7 about,
Yeah.
4 is fine.
Yeah.
4 is fine. I just had to clarify. I just wanted to clarify.
So 7, 12, and 19.
7, 12, and 19, right. And specifically in 7, to go back to language, the pink cross out, so it'll say, as approved by the principal. Yeah.
Got it.
All right, we are on to policy 5200. Is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? Is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? Hearing none. Board, is there any discussion? No? All right, we're on to policy 5310. Is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? Is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? Hearing none. Board, any discussion? No? All right, we are on to policy 5320. Is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? Is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? Hearing none. Board, is there any discussion? Just for clarification purposes, because there is a little bit of misinformation in the community, I'm going to go ahead and just talk about this one quickly. The parent notification, as far as what we're doing here for immunizations, is a state standard. So this is directly coming out of statute. I want to just make that very clear. So there's been some misguidance in the community, and just want to make that clear. We are on to, anybody else have anything? No? Okay. All right, we're on policy 5330. Is there anyone present who wishes to discuss this item? Is there anyone present who wishes to discuss this item? Hearing none. Board, any discussion? I had one question on this one, and again, because we went through these so long ago, this is one of those ones, but I don't see anywhere in this policy where it addresses the Florida statute that updated in regards to, what is it, the Tylenol statute is what they're calling it, or something to that nature.
Over
Huh?
the counter headache medicine.
Okay, hang on one second. I just didn't see it phrased the same way that it was phrased in state statute, and maybe I missed it, and so I just,
I think that's. is
Sorry,
it in
what's that?
there? I think it's in the student rights, parents' rights policy, which is kind of a weird place to to put it there, not put it here, but, yeah, it's in one of those, the parental rights.
It's in Roman numeral 2. They have it as medication shall include, non-prescribed over-the-counter drugs.
yeah. It doesn't address the Tylenol statute, if I will, so which I think, Paul, you were so kind as to look this up for us today, which is statute 1002.203, section P. I think this is important to go here. This is a question I've been asked by many different site locations of, what is the rule? Because we know the law changed, but the policy hasn't changed, and then there was some confusion from school sites on what is allowed here. I think it's important that our policy at least reflects that part of it, so when staff looks up medication use, they can say, oh, this is okay, this child has Tylenol, and
Yeah, I found it.
Where do you have it at?
It's in student rights, parent rights, which is 5780. So it makes sense that it would be, some phrase of that would be added to this one, which is, I lost my title.
medication, yeah,
Medication.
5330, use of medications.
Right, but it's specifically in the parent rights, student rights policy, and I just lost it again. But because I knew I'd seen it, it's in there.
So board, I guess I'll ask you, what is your thoughts on this one?
I don't know exactly what you're asking to add. Like
Okay, so
verbiage-wise.
here, I have it up right here, so.
I know what you're asking, but what verbiage are you asking for?
I would like to pull it straight out of the statute, which just
So the
says-
language in that policy, the students' right, parents' right policy, I don't remember what the Roman numeral is, it was number 16, medication to relieve headaches. A student may possess and use a medication to relieve headaches while on school property or at a school-sponsored event/activity without a physician's note or prescription if the medication is regulated by the United States Food and Drug Administration for over-the-counter use to treat headaches. I'm going to guess that comes straight out of
Yeah, that sounds very.
statute. So if we can take this, number 16 of the 5780 policy, number
5780, yeah.
16.
5780.
It's under E16.
So yeah, my ask would be to add that into the use of medications, because I think most people would look up medications when they were trying to figure out if this is okay or not. They're probably not going to think to look at student-parent rights.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. I mean, is it going to start this all over, though?
That means we have to pull this one, right, because that's more than a technical.
Yeah, let me see if I can't find a way to get it through without pulling all these off.
Without
Okay.
pulling it, okay.
Okay.
I'll go back to the rules.
I mean,
As long as you can get it on there so that it makes sense and is clear for our staff, I think that's probably
Yeah.
the best thing.
and then if for this one, I mean, I guess if we can't, should we ask staff if we should just approve this first, since there's so many changes, and then just bring it back right away and
We
put
can,
the addition?
we can vote to approve this one next week.
So that way
and
it's
then pull
accurate,
Put it right back
as accurate.
into the process
If we can.
to
Okay.
do it again.
Okay.
Because it's
If
not going to
that's-
hurt anything for that not to
No.
be in there, but we'd like to add it in.
Yeah, just because there's so
Later.
many important changes in this one, I don't think we should be delaying it if we.
do agree with
I agree with that as well, so,
So,
all right.
Madam Chair, if I might, Mr. Gibbs, if we were to reference the statute at the bottom of 5330, just making that correction, then we later could go back and add the verbiage from the statute.
Right, I mean, we could, you could add down there, I doubt that would be deemed proper notice if somebody got popped for it, but it's elsewhere in our policies. So, let me take a look at the rules. I know there's a way that you can do it, you can make changes and still do it, but I want to make sure I understand all that. That's a little more complicated.
I'm just
than
saying,
starting over.
if we list 5330 as one of the references at the bottom, I mean, if we list the
Right, yeah.
specific
We
statute
could do
rather.
a cross-reference down there
Right,
and put a cross-reference notation.
but then that would, then if we were to add it later, would we be able to do it quicker? That's what I'm trying to say.
Right,
It's
yeah.
already approved.
Right, I'm gonna look and see if I can't get a workaround. You can do, it's an after change advertisement. It allows for the 21-day window to challenge a proposed policy change to extend beyond final adoption, but you have to run another ad. So
Okay.
I will look at those rules again. I will keep all of these on until I get a chance to look at those before next week. And if I can, I will work out advertising after that approval so that we reopen the 21-day window.
Okay, thank you. All right, we are on to policy 5330.03. Is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? Is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? Hearing none. Board, any discussion? Nope. We are moving on to policy 5335. Is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? Is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? Seeing none. Board, any discussion? Nope. We are on to policy 5350. Is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? Is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? Hearing none. Board, any discussion? Nope. All right, we are on to policy 5410.01. Is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? Is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? Hearing none. Board, any discussion? Nope. All right, we are on to policy 5465. Is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? Is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? Hearing none. Any discussion? No. We are on to policy 5500. Is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? Is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? Hearing none. Board, any discussion?
I don't think we had anything in our presentation this morning, but I just wanted to ask, is there anything in here that would not be consistent with the changes that the work group has brought? Mostly the list is, these are like assessor codes, right? There's a list that's all green of the additions, but those are specifically assessor, and we're not changing any assessor codes, we're changing local codes. But I just, as long as we're good, it just, again, trying to think of, let's only do this work once instead of doing it twice. So if staff doesn't see anything that they're going to bring back to us for us to revise 5,500 again in 2 weeks, I'm good with it. But Ms. Dampier, I didn't know if there was anything that y'all are going to bring back to, but obviously we're bringing back the cell phone policy.
I'll look at the cell phone policy with the other medication change to see if I can't get that worked in there too, so we don't have to pull it.
Okay.
Okay.
I think all the changes that we made were recommendations for changes. I think we're okay with 5,500 as is.
Okay.
Okay. All right. We are on to policy 5512. Is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? Is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? Seeing none. Board, any discussion?
No.
All right, on to policy 5514. Is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? Is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? Seeing none. Board, any discussion? No. All right, we're on to policy 5515. Is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? Is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? Seeing none. Board, any discussion? No. All right, we're on to policy 5516. Is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? Is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? Seeing none. Board, any discussion? No? All right, we're on to policy 5517.01. Is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? Is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? Seeing none. Board, any discussion? No? All right. We're on to policy 5610. Is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? Is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? Seeing none. Board, any discussion? No? All right. We're on to policy 5610.02. Is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? Is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? Seeing none. Board, any discussion? Nope. All right. We're on to policy 5610.04. There's a fly. Sorry, excuse me.
I'm waving.
Is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? Is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? Seeing none. Board, any discussion? No? All right, we're on to policy 5710. Is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? Is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? Seeing none. Any discussion from the board? No? On to policy 5724. Is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? Is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? Seeing none. Board, any discussion? No? All right, on to policy 5771. Is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? Is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? Seeing none. Board, is there any discussion?
I think I had a few concerns with the edits, but I think we got that all taken care of, so as it
Right.
is, I'm good.
Perfect. All right, we're on to policy 5780. Is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? Is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? Seeing none. Board, any discussion? Nope. All right, we're on to 5780.01. Is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? Is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? Seeing none. Board, any discussion?
Good to the 7,000s.
On to policy 6100. Is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? Is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? Seeing none. Board, any discussion? Nope. All right, we're on to 6107.01. Is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? Is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? Seeing none. Board, any discussion? All right, policy 6145. Is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? Is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? Seeing none. Board, any discussion? All right, on to policy 6150. Is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? Is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? Seeing none. We are on, board, any discussion on this one? No? All right, we're on to policy 6235. Is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? Is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? Seeing none. Board, any discussion? Nope. All right, on to policy 6470. Is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? Is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? Seeing none. Board, any discussion? No. All right, on to policy 6480. Is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? Is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? Seeing none. Board, any discussion? No. All right, on to policy 6530. Is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? Is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? Staff, if you want to jump up there at any time and just address one of them, we'll break it all up. I keep looking at you guys out in the audience like, okay, we're going to get a break. All right, no. All right, any discussion on this one?
We're working back there.
Golly, I know. Yeah. All right, we're on to policy 6550. Is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? Is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? Seeing none, any discussion? No. All right, we are on to policy 7250. Is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? Is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? Seeing none, board, any discussion? No. All right, we're on to 7300. Is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? Is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? Seeing none. Any discussion? Nope. All right, we're on to 7310. Is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? Is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? Seeing none. Any discussion from the board? No. All right, on to policy 7440.02. Is there anyone present who wishes to discuss this item? Is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? Seeing none. Board, any discussion? Nope. All right, we're on to policy 7440.03. Is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? Is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? Seeing none. Is there any discussion from the board? No. All right, we're on to policy 7450. Is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? Is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? Seeing none. Any discussion from the board? Nope. All right, we're on to policy 7510. Is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? Is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? Seeing none. Any discussion from the board? All right, on to policy 7530.01. I was a little confused about this because there's actually two here on my numbered items that say 7530.01, which,
Wait,
is that what yours looks like, or is this a typo on
One
mine?
was rescinded. One was,
Sorry.
Yeah, one's being rescinded.
yeah. So it is the same number, but.
Oh,
one's
okay.
going away.
'cause we're
I didn't read the
changing-
last page of the title, I
Yeah,
apologize.
we're
Okay,
changing the
so,
numbers.
how am I reading this one then, since we're rescinding one of the policies?
Yeah, it would just, one's being rescinded, so they put the V2 out there so it doesn't.
Should I
Yeah, just
say
say
V2?
V2, yeah.
Okay, because I'm like, they're the same policy number. All right, we are on to board's policy 7530.01 V2. Is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? Is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? Hearing none, any discussion? Nope, we're on to policy number 7530.01. Is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? Is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? Hearing none, any discussion from the board? No? All right, we're on to policy 7530.02. Is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? Is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? Hearing none, any discussion from the board? No? All right, we're on to policy 7540. Is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? Is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? Seeing none, any discussion from the board? Nope. All right, we're on to policy 7540.01. Is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? Is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? Nope. All right, any discussion from the board? Nope. All right, on to policy 7540.02. Is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? Is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? Seeing none, any discussion from the board? Nope. All right, on to policy 7540.03. Is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? Is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? Seeing none, any discussion from the board? Ms. Campbell, you have your 7001 coming up. I just want to, I don't want to.
It's the next one.
Okay. All right, we're on to policy 7540.04. Is there anyone present who
We're
wishes to?
pulling it. It's being pulled.
Oh, okay.
This one's being pulled, sorry.
But
Yes.
it's still on there.
Yeah, it was in here, but we're pulling it. It's going to go when we, because it references a policy we don't have on the list this time. So we're pulling it and putting it through at the same time.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Pulled to another day, okay. All right, so we are
So
on
I'm
to.
good till the 8,000s
All
now.
right, we're moving along. All right, we're on to policy 7540.05. Is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? Is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? Hearing none, any discussion from the board? Nope. All right, we're on to policy 7540.06. Is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? Is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? Hearing none, any discussion from the board? Nope. All right, we're on to policy 7540.08. Is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? Is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? Hearing none, any discussion from the board? No. All right, we're on to policy 7540.10. Is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? Is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? Hearing none. Board, any discussion? Nope. All right, moving on. 7540.12. Is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? Is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? Hearing none. Is there any discussion from the board? Jean, just jump in there and say something.
I will.
Okay, all right. All right, no other discussion. All right, we're
I
on to
actually don't have any more at all.
You don't have any more at all?
I'm
All
good.
right. So I just, you
I
have
don't
to
either.
hear me ramble. All right, so.
Mine ended.
All right, policy 7540.13. Is there anyone present who wishes to discuss this item? Is there anyone present who wishes to discuss this item? No? All right, no discussion from the board. On to policy 7540.99. Is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? Is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? Hearing none. Any discussion from the board? No? All right, on to policy 7542. Is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? Is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? Hearing none. Any discussion from the board? Nope. On to policy 7543. Is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? Is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? Hearing none. Any discussion from the board? Nope. All right, on to policy 8141. Is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? Is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? Hearing none. Any discussion from the board? All right, we're on to policy 8420. Is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? Is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? Hearing none. Any discussion from the board? Nope. All right, on to policy 8543. Is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? Is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? Hearing none. Any discussion from the board? None. On to policy 8462. Is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? Is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? Hearing none. Any discussion from the board? Nope. On to policy 8470. Is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? Is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? Hearing none. Any discussion from the board? None. All right, on to policy 8600. Is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? Is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? Is there any discussion from the board on this item? Hearing none. All right, we're on to policy 8600.04. Is there anyone present who wishes, excuse me, who wishes to address this item? Is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? Hearing none. Any discussion from the board? No. All right. We're on to policy 8605. Is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? Is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? Hearing none. We are on, any discussion from the board? No? All right, on to policy 8606. Is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? Is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? Hearing none. Any discussion from the board? No. On to policy 8610. Is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? Is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? No? Any discussion from the board? No? We're getting so close, guys. I'm
You're
like
doing so
really
good.
tired of hearing myself say this over and over again. All right, on to policy 8625. Is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? Is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? Hearing none. Any discussion from the board? Nope. On to policy 8651. Is there anyone present who wishes to discuss this item? Is there anyone present who wishes to discuss this item? Hearing none. Any discussion from the board? Nope. On to policy 8660. Is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? Is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? Hearing none. Any discussion from the board? None. Okay. We're on to policy 8805. Is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? Is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? Hearing none. Any discussion from the board? None? All right. On to policy 8810. Is there anyone, all right, is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? I can't believe I haven't got tongue twisted before now. All right, is there anyone present who wishes to address this item? Seeing none. Any discussion from the board?
Sorry.
No?
I'll say it at the end.
No? Okay. All right, we're on to policy 9270. Is there anyone present who wishes to discuss or address this item? We're getting delusional now. This
Doing
is
a
what
grocery
happens.
shopping up here.
Okay. Is there anyone else present who wishes to address this item? Seeing none. Any discussion from the board? No. Guys, you're not going to believe it. This is the last one. This is the last one. I feel like we should do like a victory lap. All right. We are on to policy 9800. Is there anyone present who wishes to discuss this item? Is there anyone present who wishes to discuss this item? Is there any conversation or discussion or things you would like to add?
Yes.
Yes.
All right, nothing about this policy,
No.
though? Okay.
No.
All right, so do we have any further things to discuss? It sounds like we may.
Well, not to make light of what we just did, because, you know, this was the result of not just the work of the board, but really the hardest work by the staff.
Yeah.
And we're moving through and just, but because it is funny. But the reason why we're able to do this so easily is because of all the hard work of the people back there and the people that they lead. So thank you, team, for
Yes.
working through all these details and not just taking Neola's word for granted, but digging in and saying, does this work with what the board direction is? Does this work with what our schools need too? And so that made our job today, except for Ms. Wright's, easy to get through it. So I appreciate all of you. And I did not do my grocery list while I was sitting up here.
Well, I was
but
up
I
here
could have.
auctioning off. It sounds like I was practicing my auctioning voice. Okay. All right, Miss Jenkins, do you have any further items to discuss?
Yeah, I do. I mean, I want to double down on what Katie said, but in all sincerity, I mean, obviously, this is not the first time that we're seeing these changes in these policies.
Right.
We've done this before, workshops before, which is why we don't necessarily have many comments, but we also legitimately don't have many comments at this stage because our staff is just fantastic and professional and reliable. So thank you, sincerely. I know that this wasn't easy for you guys. It was a tremendous lift and a huge burden. So thank you for that, all that you do. We're giggling here because I didn't think she'd laugh that hard, so I apologize. But I may or may not have answered my parent survey that was mailed out this morning. So just a friendly reminder to our parents, please answer that survey. It not only helps your individual schools, but it helps our district know how your schools are functioning and the needs that we might have in that area.
Thank you, Ms. Jenkins. Mr. Susan, do you have any further things to
Yeah,
discuss?
Yeah, absolutely. I wanted to say thank you. Paul, you have a big thank you to go out to your staff for,
Yes.
and if you want to take a second and kind of thank them, this was a large coordinated effort. If everybody remembers, our statutes and our policies in some cases hadn't been updated in a long time, and some of them had not been referenced properly to the statutes. And it was a team effort of identifying it and then putting a system in place. Ms. Suhan had a large component of that, along with our new super. This is the first time in our school board's history that we've been able to update our policies the way that we did, and we've got a process in place. and it's good. And a lot of credit goes to everybody, not only the school board, but the staff that put it together. And then, Paul, I didn't want to take your thunder away to give the credit to your team too. And I just wanted to say thank you to everybody. You did a great job, Chairperson Wright, as you ran through it. I know how much of a pain in the booty that is when we're running as fast as you can, trying to get through it. It's very difficult. So all the way around, great job, team. We now have probably the most updated systems in a long time. So thank you very much. That's it.
Thank you,
Ready to
Mr.
keep Paul.
Susan. All right, Mr. Trent, do you have anything to add?
Not to add other than saying, great job, board, great job, staff. Happy that it's to see it come to an end. And
Well, this isn't all of them, so I don't
yeah,
think, I mean,
I know.
we'll still have some more that are coming back.
But,
so.
but again, I did want to echo that with what Matt said about Paul and your group. Thanks so much. It's an important role, so appreciate it.
Thank you, Rana. It was Rana Schindler for the most part in our,
Hey,
in
Rhonda,
our
she
office.
can't- she's probably watching somewhere, maybe.
I don't know. She probably isn't. She's had enough of policies. but,
Yeah.
she worked closely with staff, and we try to assist as much as we can. So thank you.
Yeah. I just want to also, again, echo the sentiments of thank you to the entire staff. Honestly, this was one of those things that I thought was extremely important when I was elected, because some of these policies hadn't been touched in so long, and there were some policies that we really needed. And also, it's a guiding post for our district, right? So everything we do comes from the policies we write. So if they're outdated or they're not really working for our district, we need to look at them and reevaluate them. And I think as a board, this has probably helped. I would vouch to say that it's helped every single one of us understand the district's functioning better by understanding the ins and outs and intricacies of all the policies that we have in place. So I really, truly appreciate the work everyone has done on this, because it's been, wow, it has been some work for sure. So, all right, Dr. Rendell, do you have any other further things to discuss?
Just to echo the comments about the work that's been done by staff, all these different departments have their hands over these different policies, and they've all had to kind of go through and analyze the Neola recommendations versus what we do, what we think is right, and make recommendations. And it is important work, though. It seems tedious, but it's important because the policies are, like you said, our guidebook. You know, policies is our protection. This is how we're supposed to make our decisions. And great news that we got through so much today. The not so great news is we still have a whole slew of policies to do still.
Yeah.
So, more work to do.
Yes, thank you. All right, well, and I will say this on the record, Dr. Rendell, you were right and I was wrong. So I kind of questioned you about how long it was going to take and if we were going to be able to do presentations, and I thought, oh, this is going to be a little, but you were right and I was wrong. So I'm going to go ahead and give that to you on the record. Hearing no further business, this meeting is adjourned.